They can throw their gold, their weight, their walls. Try to drown my voice in empty halls. But I'm the echo they can't erase, a wildfire burning through their haze. They say hush, they say go, but my truth will only grow. I stand tall, I speak loud, I'm the thunder in the crowd. Hang me off, push me away, but my truth is here to stay. Stand tall, speak loud, they can't silence me now. I'm no shadow, I'm no ghost, I'm the spark they fear the most. Like a ranger in the darkest fight, I won't bow, I am the light. They say stop, they say go, but my power's on my side. I stand tall, I speak loud, I'm the thunder in the crowd. Hang me off, push me away, but my truth is here to stay. Stand tall, speak loud, they can't silence me now. Shadow, I'm no ghost, I'm the spark they fear the most. Like a ranger in the darkest fight, I won't bow, I am the light. They say stop, they say hide, but my power's on my side. I stand tall, I speak loud, I'm the thunder in the crowd. Hang me off, push me away, but my truth is here to stay. Stand tall, speak loud, they can't silence me now. Can't silence me now. They can't silence me now.
All right, everybody. Is the song still going? It's still going. We're going to stop it here. I prematurely tuned it. Listen, I have a guest, and yes, I will say this. Everyone, please be respectful to the guests. No hate. You know, I try to be respectful to all my guests, especially when they're not reeking, okay? So listen, I can't get on cam. I tried. It lags really bad. But the guest is going to be on cam. So I know y'all already seeing cam up. Listen, I tried before. I did a test run. And it's just not going to happen. So if y'all want the stream to keep running smoothly and there's no hiccups, I can't be on cam. But my guest is on cam. It works for him. So that's all that matters. Yeah, I'll have him be the focus on screen. That way it's not weird having one person on screen and me not. But anyways, real quick before I bring him on, I know he's patiently waiting. So for those of you who don't know, Brent is infamous, okay? When I first met him, he was on Henry Resilience channel, and he was defending Austin and Walter Jones, some Power Ranger actors, and he got into it with Francis, Jason David Frank's personal assistant. And Brent was just always somebody on the stream that everyone would just like. They couldn't take his takes, they couldn't stand it. But Brent, out of everybody who's ever been on that show in the community, he is definitely, like the song said, he stood tall, he took his lickings, and then tragedy befell him when people started paying Henry to keep him off the show. And I came back like, what the hell? But I wanted to have him on here because, you know, he was recommended to come on as a guest. And I also want him to be able to, like, tell his side of things and also share, you know, what he's been up to since, you know, his banishment off Henry's channel. So without further ado, let's bring on the one and only Brent.
Hello?
Let's see. Oh, is he on? Wait. Oh, wait. Hold on. Wait. I got you. There we go. There we go. There he is. There is Brent. Looking fine as usual. Well, you just recently saw another person who's kind of part of Henry's community, Heirloom. How did that go?
Oh, you heard about that. Did he tell you, or?
Yeah, he said he sent a picture of you guys together. You look so happy. I was like, look at Brent looking happy, living his life.
Yes, I saw him a couple days ago, actually. He lived close by, and I happened to be in the same area, so we met up.
Oh, that's nice. So you guys had a good meetup and everything was good.
Yeah, we had a very long conversation about like Henry's channel and a lot of different topics. So it was a good time.
That's good. I'm glad you had fun. So, let's, I guess, just jump right into it. Talk about the elephant in the room. How do you feel about people paying for you to be basically boycotted from Henry's channel? Like you can't come on the channel and you're blocked. Is that how does that how did that make you feel initially? Like, what was going through your head?
It's kind of flattering, and it's kind of like, I mean, I'm a day oneer, so I know my opinions were not popular, but there was something I said that triggered it. I will probably get to that later. I think that's the reason why I'm here. And that's what triggered it. And Henry has still not admitted that he banned me, even though he's the owner of the channel, which is quite ironic. And he's tried to blame, people are paying to do it, and he tells people it's economics, but he needs to take responsibility for that. But we'll get to that later. It's just kind of it's kind of flattering, and kind of like, I mean, people have a right to do that, and Henry has a right to run his channel as he sees fit. But there's a difference between having a right to do something and showing respect to people who have been nothing but respectful to you. So, but that's his right.
Okay. I see people saying, okay, so Brent is not blocked from the chat. My apologies. I didn't know. I thought it was both ways. But so do you like miss being on the channel, or do you like miss the community at all?
So the people who keep saying you're not he is blocking me from speaking on his channel. And for people saying, oh, he's not blocked from the chat, you're arguing I'm being blocked from coming up on his stream. And that's just the fact. Like, and I don't know how much people have paid, probably $1,000 at this point, but it's kind of like he has a right to do that. And, you know, that's their right.
Gotcha. But so do you miss being on there? Do you miss going there at all?
I mean, it's good entertainment. He knows how to entertain, but I'm not clamoring to come back on there. I mean, it's like, if they don't want me there, they don't want me there. Like people have been messaging me like, oh, he's begging you to come back. They keep talking about it. I'm like, well, kind of weird. Like they want to silence my voice, but they want to talk about me. It's just kind of weird. But we'll get into why they're paying. So they want to silence my voice, my speaking voice, and reduce it to me chatting. And it's just kind of like, I've been nothing but good to Henry. And Henry, the way he runs his channel, most channels, I would not take the approach that I do. But with Henry's channel, I thought that facts over feelings. And apparently some people didn't like that, so they chose to pay money. But yeah, I'm not clamoring to come back. I've heard stories that I could pay to come back. Why would I do that? To pay to come back on a channel where the owner is being disrespectful to me. I don't see the need to do that. So I'm not.
Yeah. Gotcha. I gotcha. People in the chat are saying Henry's been calling and emailing you and you haven't responded. Have you seen these calls or emails? And is there a reason why, if you have, that you wouldn't respond?
Oh, sure. Yes, I have, because he wants to pretend. Like, I understand if he would have said, I'm banning you, and it's just this, like, I'm banning you, but he hasn't even admitted that, which is shocking to me. And quite frankly, what he's doing is very disrespectful, to put it mildly, but I doubt he'll admit that. That's fine. Like, I'm not crying to come back on his channel, but I feel I'm speaking my mind, and I feel that what he's doing is disrespectful. But you are asking me the question, so I am responding to you.
Right.
Yeah. So I feel so people are going to say, oh, you're crying. Well, I'm being asked, and I feel it's very disrespectful what he's doing. And that's just my opinion. And he won't admit. I doubt he'll admit to that. So, but that's fine. You know, there's
Gotcha.
other platforms
Yeah,
and
yeah.
other means of entertainment. I mean, I'm not crying to come back at all. So
Gotcha. Yeah, no, like you said, you're answering the question. So like, no hostility. I'm just, people are
right,
asking, so I just want to make sure we cover
right,
all the bases. But
right.
yeah, so have you been like, I guess, following like all the stuff he's been covering with like Aaron and everything like that? Have you been following all those stories still? Do you still watch at least?
Well, yeah, I do watch because I've never said that I'm not a fan because Henry is doing his content. I view him as entertainment. I've said it before. We're not a community. We're not friends. You have to be very careful who you are friends with. And Ray, you have spoken about this with certain Power Rangers actors, so you would understand my position on this.
Yes.
Like, I view him as entertainment. Um, so I've been watching since day one, and I continue to do so. And it's kind of funny that Aaron is trying to weasel his way out of accountability. And I'll say this, when I've tried to hold Henry accountable for the things that he said on his channel, Henry has taken the same approach. And I know that's not a popular thing to say, but I've never cared about being popular. That's just the truth. So when I hear that Henry's trying to hold him accountable, fact check Aaron, and Aaron doesn't respond, Henry has done the same thing when I've confronted him about the things that he said on his channel. So I just find it interesting. But regardless of how I feel about Henry, Aaron needs to be held accountable because it's been 5 years. I don't care. 5 years, that's way too long. You are, for any movie, if it's not done within 4 years at the most, you are a terrible director, producer, and whatever. I don't want to hear the excuses. And Aaron is, he's full of shit. So Henry is doing a good job, and I'll say that regardless of how I feel about some of the coverage Henry has done with other people. So yeah,
Right.
I think he's doing a good job.
Speak of the devil, and he shall appear.
Oh, he's there. Okay, yeah. I mean, facts over feelings. So yeah.
Yeah, so everyone's just like, you're avoiding Henry. I'm like, well, Henry's here. He's not avoiding you. I mean, so I feel like, dude, this is the thing I would say that I do miss is like having your takes on the Aaron stuff on the channel. Cause yeah, I was like, I know Brent is definitely got to be watching and having his feelings about it, not being able to come on and go off like you just did. Like, yeah, that's I'm telling you, I know y'all got your issues with Brent, but I'm telling you, I do miss having him on there, being the person that everyone's just like, oh God, Brent's here. What's his opinion? And then everyone just going, and it was always just good entertainment. But yeah, so Henry's here now. So I don't know, Henry, if you missed what Brent said when he answered the question why he's not responding to you, but I guess to sum it up, he feels you have been being disrespectful, and I don't know if he's read. Have you read the emails, or you just know he sent them? Did you at least open them?
I know he sent them, and I won't disclose the content of those emails, but yeah, he did send it, and I basically ignored it, and I'm keeping it real because he wants to come up on the channel. Like, I've been nothing but respectful. Like, my tone, how I speak, quite frankly, would not be acceptable on most YouTube channels because they cannot handle what I'm saying and the way I say it. And I think Henry's channel allows for that, but apparently some of his audience members decided to ban me, which is fine. But I feel that if he should say, like, as basic respect, yeah, I'm banning you. Don't take it. It's nothing personal. But when I asked him on another stream, he avoided the question when it was another stream. So, but that's fine. I mean, I'm not really clamoring to come back on his channel, but
right.
I found what he did disrespectful, and then other people, they say it's out of bounds what he's doing. Like, and then like one stream, he was like, he told me that someone paid money to come back. And so people were asking me, and he was asking me, Brent, come back. Somebody paid money for you to come back. And I'm thinking to myself, I'm not your clown here. Come on now. I deserve some basic respect, especially when I paid for a trip to go to Ranger Stop, and he used that trip for content. I've been nothing but good to him. But you know what? I mean, he has a right to do that, and I'm not clamoring to come back on his channel, and he'll just laugh it off. I know he'll make a video on this, and he'll just laugh it off and make me look like a crybaby, like he's done with the other streams. That's okay. I mean, I'll keep speaking, so it's whatever.
Gotcha. Thank you, Big Rudy, for the $2. Love you too. Great interview you did earlier, Big Rudy. Appreciate you. Ranger Stop was their little honeymoon. That's crazy. So I would say this, talking about what happened, like, because you said we get into it, might as well, since Henry's watching. Like, when you say certain people, there's issues. Like, so what was the cause of the pay to keep Brent away movement? I'm gonna call it a movement because that shit is funny.
Okay. Ray, I know you can hit, like, I got when I was ambushed in I was talking about Star Wars, another friend, and I was ambushed. I tried to keep it TC, so I tried to leave out certain details, and I got ambushed for it. But I know this channel can handle the full truth, so I'm going to tell you exactly what happened. So Austin, you know, Henry was doing multiple streams in Austin St. John, and my opinion was always the same, and it won't change now, and it won't change. It won't change. And then I brought up the fact about Jason David Frank and the streams Henry did about Jason David Frank and what happened in the Tammy interview. Those streams brought Henry to prominence. Those streams I feel are the reason why fans are watching his channel. Why all the Rangers feel compelled to address Henry, because he is willing to dig. That is why people like Tony Diaz are like, you like to dig. Some things need to be kept private, because he dug really deep to where no other YouTube channel content creator would go. And one of the things that was discussed was the police report that was filed in the state of Texas. So let me try to remember. I need to be very careful when I speak about this. So it was apparently Tammy, in the police report, Tammy and JDF had two different hotel rooms. So they were separate. And then when they, one of the investigators went into the room, and in Jason David Frank's hotel room, which he checked into, they found a variety of psychiatric drugs, and they also found cocaine in there. And in the toxicology report, it stated that JDF had apparently two forms of cocaine, or at least one form of cocaine, and the degrading product that metabolizes or whatever the cocaine, which is used to cocaine tests for that degrading product to see if someone is taking cocaine. So that toxicology report proved that JDF was taking cocaine in that hotel within maybe 1 or 2 days. We don't know the exact date, but he was taking cocaine. Cocaine was found in his hotel room, in which he was the only occupant, because JDF apparently he snores. So that's why Tammy and JDF had separate hotel rooms. So he was in possession of cocaine. This cocaine was taken in as evidence to the police department. So I said, I think JDF committed, he was in possession of cocaine, and that possession of cocaine is punishable by multiple months in prison. And I said that this was never mentioned on Henry's channel, even though he is about Fap Silver Feeling digging. He talks about Austin St. John's the PPP loan fraud. He talks about Walter Jones and the lies he tells about Walter. He went extensively about that. Karen Ashley in the order, but he never mentioned about JDF and his cocaine usage. And I said that it is clear that he committed a crime. That is what I said. That's what I said, and people took issue with this. This is why Answer 06 is still trying to pay you to keep me off. And I also made it a point to say that we should not cancel people because of this. JDF should not be canceled because he is a cocaine user, as Henry would state, he would be a crackhead, because these people, nobody's perfect. But I just mentioned that because multiple times I mentioned question, but he talked about all the other Rangers, but not JDF, and I just felt compelled to make that point because JDF was he was a representative of the DARE program, the anti-drug program in the 90s. So he knew that cocaine usage is not, it's not good. But so that is why people are paying to ban me, because I refrained from mentioning this for 2 years since Henry presented that toxicology report on day 1 or 2 of his channel. But at the end of the day, it's facts over feelings, and we shouldn't cancel people for this. I got message from someone saying that I won't support. I'm no longer a fan of JDS because he's a cocaine user, and I feel it's super harsh because we shouldn't cancel people because they make mistakes in their personal lives. I mean, we look at people like the guy from Deadpool, the Blade actor, who went to jail for tax fraud, and he received roaring applause in Hall H at San Diego Comic-Con. I mean, I think we have to get to a point where we're not trying to cancel people for the mistakes they make off in their personal lives. People can make their own choices as to whether they support people or not. I was at Betrotham Con. I went back to the con where David Yost pulled that bullshit. That's another story I'll get into later. But basically, Zachary Taylor McGinnis was there with all his clients. I ignored them, but I ignored Austin, Charlie Kirsch, all those actors that I want to get signatures from. I ignored them because they're represented by Zach. But I'm not calling for Zach to be canceled. I think that's a decision that people need to make by themselves. But when I speak about facts about JDF, when I'm being presented on Henry's channel, those facts, and I state them, and I state in my opinion that I think other content creators would come to the same conclusion. He was committing a crime in that hotel room, and people don't like that, but that's facts over feelings. And what other crimes are committed every day in our society, and you don't need to be charged with the crime or go to trial in order for someone to have an opinion and say you committed a crime. Will Smith slapped Chris Rock. He committed assault. Chris Rock did not file charges, but I'm still of the opinion that Will Smith committed a crime in the state of California, and I don't need Will Smith to go to trial or have formal charges be filed against him for me to come to that conclusion. And I feel that the police report is a credible document. Toxicology report, credible document. And I'm disappointed that Henry does not say that Brent is just stating facts that I dug up. It's just facts over feelings, but people, they don't want to hear that. And that is why they are paying. That is why they're paying to keep me off.
Well, I would say I kind of partially understand why it wouldn't be brought up, because I mean, it could have been a contributing factor to how things ended up with Jason. But I think that, because I obviously am reading the chat while listening to you talk and explain yourself, because I wanted to let you get it all out. I do feel like I kind of somewhat understand a little bit on the other side. Like, I get your point. I'm not saying your point isn't valid. I understand from somebody on the outside looking in and seeing that and finding out that there was, drugs involved and having a feeling about drugs. I get it. But I will say on the other side, I understand why people would kind of leave that out, because again, it wasn't no secret that Jason had struggles with, drugs and alcohol. He's very open and public about that. A lot of people who are fans of his, he spoke out about it. So it isn't really a shock when somebody's kind of on the outs to kind of go back to relapse. Basically, it seemed like he just relapsed, right? And I get what you're saying, but I think where other people were coming from, where maybe they felt like it was disrespectful for you to bring it up, is because like the man's gone. The coke didn't really have much to do with it. There was no charges made on, obviously, I mean, he was gone, but on Tammy or anything like that. So I can understand both sides of the argument. But yeah, I think that if that's the reason why they banned you, like I can understand the feelings behind it. But yeah, there is a little bit of fact of like that was a thing that was found on him. I get that. But I think to other people, it's like, to them, it's like, well, who cares? Because he ended his life. And even though that was found on him in his room, in his system, it just kind of elevated the whole, this is why, what happened. He was, decided he relapsed, he was depressed, and he made a decision. So I think that's kind of, I guess, where everybody's at. So, I mean, I just wanted to know, because like I had no idea. Remember I told you backstage, I was like, I didn't even hear the whole story about, why everyone was paying. And then somebody earlier, I saw Chad's comment said that it was his idea and Henry's to do the whole, if you guys want Brent off the show, pay for it. And then Answer became the top donor. Speaking of donors, 1 second, I'm sorry. I have a few super chats I got to get to. Shay here with $2. Thoughts on Morph Expo stream crash out? What's the Morph Expo stream crash out? Do you know? Because I have no idea.
I don't call it okay, so I'm being asked about what they call a crash out. This is what Henry does when he calls it a crash out, quote unquote, crying, when I respond to people who ambush me on streams that have nothing to do with the content being presented by the owner of the channel. So this was the Morph Expo. We were talking about Star Wars because it was May the 4th.
Oh, okay. That's what you said about that stream, right?
Yeah. So we were talking about Star Wars, and I have opinions about Star Wars and the wokeness that is being presented in the sequel trilogy, TV shows like The Acolyte. The direction of Star Wars is not. It's on a dangerous path of pushing an agenda at the expense of storytelling. And that was, we were talking about Star Wars on that stream. And I think it was Sean Ria who brought up the ban. And then it started, I was forced to, basically, because I had to address what was being said. And I felt that was not appropriate, because when you go on a stream to discuss certain topics, to be ambushed like that, it wasn't really fair to me. But I didn't want to I'm being asked about it, so now I'm giving my opinion as how I felt. And I started getting different people started coming on, and it's kind of like I respond to every single one of them. And it was quite a forceful tone that I took. And they call it a crash out because they don't want to address what was being said. I called out Francis for lying about Walter Jones. I pushed back on Answer 06 because of what he said about he wasn't formally charged. I brought up the same argument of people commit crimes every day, and just because they're not charged doesn't mean they didn't commit the crime. And I had this discussion with Heirloom in where we met up, and we discussed this in great detail, in great length. And so my thoughts on the quote unquote crash out is I stood my ground. I felt that it was not appropriate. It was not fair to be ambushed like that, but they decided to do that. So I chose to respond, and it got kind of out of hand, but that's what happens when you'd ambush people like that. It was so off topic.
I did not see it. I heard that there was something. I heard something, but I didn't see the stream. I was like,
yeah, they removed it. They removed it, and I could see why they did that, because it went off topic. We'll just put it that way. It went off topic, and that's fine if but it was kind of like they want. I think I'm speculating. I think the owners want to talk about Star Wars, not the band, but it
Not
came up.
anything.
So
Yeah. Yeah, I gotcha.
you know,
I don't know if that's the real Lady Laura, but $9 for boba tea. Thank you so much. You guys know I love my boba. Appreciate you guys. The chat is on fire. Like the fact that you are this infamous Prince is crazy. Now I see somebody say, because I remember me and you, we got into the whole Francis lied about Walter thing, and I know that the argument we had was because Henry talked about Walter not being the one giving the money. It went to Zach, but I think it was more of like we were arguing semantics, because I got what you were saying. Like I said, I always understand what you're saying, even though I sometimes disagree, because I get the whole thing where you say Francis lied, but like the optics of it is money. Like Walter was kind of involved in the conversation in regards to the money, and he took the money, but he was giving it to, his agent. And I'm sure like maybe, his agent might have given him some, I don't know the details, but I think that's where the whole arguing semantics came in, because I don't think Francis lied, because she did say, there was this audio and you said, where's the audio? And then they dropped the audio where it was between Walter and Jason talking. And, the whole thing is like, I get what you're saying. I always understand, but I feel like it's not as black and white as everyone wants to make it seem. Like facts over feelings. But I think that's where people got upset, especially with Francis, because like Francis, Francis doesn't like lie. She's not like out here trying to lie to save Jason's face or anything. I think it's just there are a lot of things that people know and they just don't say it because, I won't say they're protecting, but there's also some things like people are afraid of repercussions. If you talk too much, people are afraid of repercussions.
Right. So I played the clip to Heirloom where Henry says, let me try to remember. So Henry heard the entire recording and he was like, JDF is counting out $1,500 to give to Walter to pay for Walter's guarantee. And then Francis is like, and then Henry asks Francis, am I lying? Am I flying? And Francis is like, you're not lying. So she knew at that moment that the money was for Zach, but she confirmed Henry's message that the money was for Walter's guarantee. And that's a flat out lie. And that is why Walter was upset. And then Francis goes to Walter's booth and tells him that it was clear from the beginning that the money was for Zach. It wasn't clear from the beginning because I have the recording of where Francis is confirming the lie Henry is spreading that the money was for Walter's guarantee. So it's not semantics. It's flat out lying.
Well, isn't the guarantee though, but isn't the guarantee, because like, again, I know some of the agents, when it says guarantee, some of the money goes towards obviously the agent for booking, and then the rest usually goes to the actor. So that's why when they say guarantee, I'm like, that usually is part for the agent and part for the actor, because the actor has to pay the agent. So I mean, I guess you could say like it is technically going to Walter because Walter is getting a cut.
But that's not for his guarantee though. That is, and why did Francis have to go to Walter's booth and say that it was clear that from the beginning that the money was for Zach, and then the clip before where she said where she confirmed Henry's message that the money was Walter's guarantee, she never mentioned Zach. So you could try to say, well, that money made the breakdown, blah 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 blah. But then why did she have to go to Walter's booth in New York Comic Con and say that the money was for Zach? It was clear from the beginning, but it was not clear from the beginning. Henry said it was Walter's guarantee, and then Francis confirmed and said that he's not lying. So basically, she is spreading a message that she confirmed later on was flat out untrue. And
you're on your phone, right, Brent? Because everyone's saying play the audio. I'm like, I don't think you can because it's in your phone, right?
Play the audio. Oh, I played it to Heirloom, and then you could ask him his opinion on it if you want. I won't disclose you could ask him. I played him the entire video from that I have, and the title of the video is present in the screenshot that I took, because I screen recorded it, and so I have it on the phone. It's kind of like, I understand that Walter, his price is high, and it's like $80 now. I feel it's a lot, but we have to understand that people have determined their own worth, and then the fans will determine if that price is, they could pay that price or want to pay that price. But we shouldn't tell lies about people, especially Frances, who is I hear the stuff on Henry channel and the stuff that Frances has said. I've heard it in lines at cons, because this Power Rangers community is very small, and she has a lot of credibility. So she can have whatever opinion she wants about Austin, Walter, everybody, but it has to be the truth. And to say that the 1,500 Walter is guaranteed, that means that Walter is getting, that money is just for Walter. I think it's not right, and that's why Walter took huge issue with. That's why Francis had to say that it was clear from the beginning that the money was for Zach, and that's also a lie. So I got into that with Francis during that quote unquote crash out, and yeah, so
Gotcha. I mean, so like, I saw it mentioned earlier because, you know, you were talking about Jason David Frank and the whole, you know, crime he committed and stuff. So I know you said earlier you're not going to sway your opinion on Austin. I'm not trying to convince you to sway your opinion on Austin, but like, what are like the thoughts on his legal issues? Because he did commit a crime as well. So I mean, does that not make you look at him a little differently? Because like, he did commit a crime.
Because when you do things privately, there's always when you do wire transfer, there's always a warning, like you know who you're transferring to, because there's always a risk that the person you are transferring money to is not on the up and up. And unfortunately for him, that risk was it backfired. And he pled guilty. That's the fact. He pled guilty, and he has a felony on his record. These are facts. And my position is that we shouldn't, whether it's Wesley Snipes, whether it's other people who commit crime, I mean, we shouldn't cancel them when conventions, like San Diego Comic-Con, for example, invite people like Wesley Snipes to their convention. We shouldn't cancel Wesley Snipes. It should be I feel it should be an individual decision to not watch his movies, to not go to his booth, to not go to his panels. And my opinion would, if there was concrete evidence presented of what Austin did, then it could sway. It would most likely sway my opinion. But in general, I feel that we shouldn't cancel people because of what they do. That should be a decision that's made at an individual level.
Gotcha. I mean, I think he pled, personally, my opinion, not my facts, my opinion, is he pled guilty because I think there was a deal where if he pled guilty, there would have been a lesser sentence rather than them going to continue trial. And I think that was probably the lawyers looking at it like, all right, this is probably going to get you in some serious trouble and serious time. If you just don't admit that you did it, we can reduce the sentence. Because that's usually how it works in a lot of legal things, where if they're going to plead guilty, it's usually because their lawyer said, yeah, you know, if you plead guilty, it's probably going to be a lesser sentence. And if they go to trial and they rule that you're guilty. So I feel like with that in mind, if that is true, then that means that there was a high probability that the justice system was going to find him guilty anyways. So, I mean, I get what you're saying, but I think that's something to take into consideration.
On the flip side, if there is the forensic accounting, it takes a lot of work, but there are ways to find out if Austin intended to commit, but that evidence was not presented. And if that evidence was presented, then most likely my opinion on him would change. But it wasn't presented, and you could argue the flip side as well. So your point is very well valid that you could argue, but we could also argue that if the government had evidence, they'd prosecute him, and I'd support that if they did, because that PP money, it was scarce, and if they had that evidence presented in court, the forensic accounting, then yes, I'd support him going to prison, but it was not. So just because there's no evidence, that's not evidence of something else. You can't make that conclusion. But you make a fair point as well. You could also argue that he took the plea deal because they had something on him. But you can also say that the federal government just decided to take the plea deal because they didn't have that evidence, enough evidence to go to trial, because it was a risk. They want to maintain that high conviction rate. So you could argue both sides. What we know is that he signed a document to wire transfer money to a private individual with low levels of regulation. That's stupid. That's irresponsible. And I said that from the beginning, but that's what we know. And he took a plea deal, and he has a felony on his record. These are facts. I wish there was more facts. I honestly, if there was more facts, then I'd welcome that. But that's what we know. So you could argue one side, and it's completely valid, but the other side is also valid, where the federal government took the plea deal with no jail time because they didn't have enough evidence. You could argue both sides, and your point is valid, but that's my opinion, and it's been consistent from the beginning. So I've repeated this many times on Henry's channel. So
gotcha. I just, like I said, I've been away, so I wasn't around when the case happened. But I do have a chat real quick. Juicebox Poppy for $4.99. Thank you so much. Have him screenshot and send the audio. He's on his phone, y'all. He can't do that while on stream. And have him send the audio to Ray. Hi, Brent. Remember how I made you cry? I'm sorry. That's just, y'all gotta be nice. He's a guest. Be nice. He's not Rican. He's not as bad as Rican. Y'all can't treat him like Rican, man. be a little respectful. He's not being disrespectful. He just has he has some hot takes, but he's being as respectful as possible. So let's try to be a little nice. I'm not trying to scare him away. Not trying to scare him away.
Right. And you know, I'm not scared away. People have to pay Henry to keep me away. It's kind of like, you know, it's ironic because they want to pay me to keep me away, but they're on your channel listening to what I have to say, which is it's quite weird, but you know, it's whatever. And Heirloom, I played him the videos. We were at my hotel actually, and I played him the videos, the evidence that I have, and to me it's 100%. That's why I speak with such confidence, because it's unfair to call someone a liar unless you have proof. And I have the proof. And I sent it to Henry and Francis, and they want to deny it. But I showed it to Heirloom. And I can send it to you, Ray, too, as well, if you're interested.
Yeah, because I kind of want to understand, because like I said, I've said many times, I've been gone. So there's some time that I've been missing, because last I was around, you were still there. I come back. I don't know what's going on. I get little bits of what's going on, and I'm kind of just like, well, Brent's gone. I don't know. But yes, he said he'll send it. I'm just trying to read the chat because like everybody's like chatting. Answer wants to come on. I told Brent I wasn't gonna have anyone ambush him because, you know, if he says it's fine, I will do it. But I'm not gonna. You guys already know I don't like to have ambushes on the channel. It makes me uncomfortable because, like, you know, he's still a guest. He did agree to come on. I want to be, you know, respect that, because, you know, he could have told me to F off.
Right. And honestly, I mean, I saw you. I was on vacation, so I saw your email, and I did think about, should I come on? I mean, Ray, I found her very entertaining, and that's how I view you. You're very entertaining. I disagree with some of your takes, but that's just normal. Like you can't agree. Like you can't agree on everything. That's just not realistic. So I do find you entertaining and very respectful, and that's why I agreed to come on. And I've gotten offers from others, and I will not go on their platforms because they have shown to be disrespectful, and these people know who they are. And yeah, so that's why I came on your channel, and I do appreciate you honoring the coming out, because I've dealt with ambushes before. It's nothing new. It's not preferable, but this is something you expect on social media. You back some people back off their word, and I appreciate you standing about what you agreed upon. So I want to thank you for that.
No, 100%. Because like I said, when I actually invite somebody on, like formally, like, you know, I understand it's a hot topic. I already gave you a heads up. You know, Henry's community, they've been very supportive of me, and I know they're going to come here. They haven't seen you in a while, so they want to come in here and, you know, talk. But I don't want anyone to feel uncomfortable when I invite them, you know, because that's just, you know, it's a respect thing. Respect goes both ways. So, you know, you agreed, so, you know, I respect your wishes. But yes, no, I don't think he's talking to Rican, guys. I don't think he's talking to Rican. I just saw something. Is he talking to Rican? I don't know. I would hope not, but I guess if you want to answer that, you can. If you're talking to Rican, I guess they want to know if you're talking to
No. No way. I found his like, this is a very controversial what he said about the photo taking. If it was my channel, he would be banned permanently. That behavior, it's in the West, in particularly in Los Angeles, it's very it's accepted to take pictures of people's children. It's the paparazzi culture. TMZ is notorious for this. They claim that because people are in public spaces, they can take pictures of people's children, celebrities' children, because the celebrities chose a certain lifestyle. So they take pictures of children, and they take picture. The thing with Kobe, I felt what they did was disgusting. They reported the story first, but they didn't let the family know. Like, I feel that culture is very inappropriate. And Rican, I felt it was so inappropriate for him to say that he would take pictures of people. It doesn't matter whether it's Henry's child or whatever. I just find that so not great, in my opinion. So if it was up to me, I found that behavior unacceptable. So that's why I don't feel comfortable going on his platform. So if that answers the question about if I'm talking to Rican or not.
I mean, I didn't think you would, because I would think out of everything that's, I know you've been watching and all the stuff being said and done, I know that you're probably not gonna be jumping with the chance of being part of KOD. I was like, Brent, no way, definitely not, definitely not. Which is good, because like you don't need that kind of nonsense in your life, you know?
Right, of course.
I know Answer really wants to come on and talk to you, but again, that's completely up to you. He said he'll be civil, but that's completely up to you.
He wants to come on, but he's paying hundreds of dollars to keep me off. It is very interesting. We'll just keep it between you and us. And if he really wants, maybe on another platform, maybe, but not.
Gotcha. I just want to ask. Like I said, I told people in the chat many times that if whatever you're comfortable with, I will still ask. But there you go. So
he'll have a chance. Henry will make a video on this, and then do his usual laughing after I say certain things. You know, the usual. Then Answer will have his platform. Obviously, I won't be able to speak, but he'll have his opportunity to speak about what I'm saying on his platform. So
I'll just ask, if Henry, if Answer agreed to kind of like let you on to have the conversation with him on Henry's platform, would you be willing to do that?
Let me. I mean,
well, I'm saying, because he's paying to keep you off. But if he's like, since he paid to keep you off, if he's like, listen, you know, I'll like, we could have him come on and talk it out with him and you, and then, you know, go back to, I guess, the boycott or whatever. But would you be willing to talk to answer on Henry's platform?
First of all, it's Henry's decision. It's Henry's channel. It's not, the final say shouldn't be on anybody else. It's Henry's channel. He's taking the money because he claims that's economics, and that's his right. But, you know, it's kind of like, it should be Henry addressing me about this, not anybody else, because it's Henry's channel. And Henry wants to avoid responsibility of banning me because I expressed an opinion that a lot of people, I feel, would have if they were presented with the evidence that Henry dug up. So I don't know. And my opinions are about information that Henry dug up, right? Not, I think it's public information, but it's kind of like, I think Henry needs to be the one to address it, not anybody else. And there are people who have messaged me saying not to come back on Henry's channel because he's out of line. It's what
So
Henry did.
Why don't you just talk to Henry? Because, like, I see everyone saying
no, because he calls me. He apparently he called me, and then I wasn't told that he was calling me while he was streaming. So basically,
I was
being used.
watching. I was there.
Oh, you were there? Okay, someone told me that I was, because Henry's not the only one who hides his number. There are other people, so I don't know who's calling me. But I was, I found out later that he was calling me during while he was streaming, and it's kind of like, I'm not your clown. I deserve some respect, and I'm not clamoring to come back on channels that disrespect me. And I heard that he was saying that, oh, Brent could pay money to come back. I mean, I paid for his trip to Ranger Stop, and I'm not asking for special benefits. I'm just being asked to be treated with respect, and for Henry to say that I'm banning you, but it's just business, it's nothing personal. I mean, that's not too much to ask. But if he wants to continue his arrogance, that's on him. And so yeah, and it's funny that his phone number is private, so I couldn't even know if it was him or not. But if I found out later he was calling me during stream. So basically, I was going to be speaking on the stream. Basically, I'm being used for content. But it's just kind of, it's a weird situation, and most people will not put up with it.
I was gonna say, I remember that stream because I was watching, and I remember there was a poll about should Brent come back, or should we get Brent on. I voted yes, by the way. Everyone was getting on me, but I was like, I want to see Brent back. I want to see the craziness. But that's when he did call you. He's like, well, let's see if he'll answer the phone. And I do remember that stream because there were people saying, like, you know, a couple people, like, you know, he's like, oh, y'all want Brent back? And I'm like, yeah, I want to see Brent back. It's been a while. And he called you to get you back, because it wasn't like he just decided, oh, I need content, I need to spice this up, let's get Brent back. It was more like you were brought up, and people were like, you know, some people like, yeah, bring Brent back. And then other people were like, no, F Brent. But yeah, there were some people that did want you to come back on. And that night he did call, because there were a few people who were like, yeah, we kind of want Brent back to, like, see, because Brent's been gone for a while. And yeah, so I think that's what it was. It was less about the content needed, more so that it was brought up in discussion, and some people were like, yeah, get Brent back. And so I think I get what you're saying with the whole thing of, like, you know, feeling like, you know, well, you're having people pay to keep me off. I don't want to go where I'm not wanted. I 100% get that. But I think maybe at this point, it's not a bad idea to just have the conversation with Henry privately. Obviously, you don't have to disclose anything. Don't disclose anything. But yeah, if you should, you know, give him, like, hear what he has to say and talk to him. I think communication would be good. And I get why you feel the way you feel. And you know, for a while you're like, no, F Henry, I shouldn't have to answer your emails and phone number. I get it. But if he's reaching out, maybe again, hear what he has to say, and then I guess make the final decision. If, like, you just want to be like, fine, you know, you got, you know, keep getting paid for me to stay off, you know, or whatever.
Right. And it's kind of like, I'm not getting a cut of this, which is fine. I mean, no, it's not fine, but it's kind of like, it's disrespectful. And if Henry like, I feel like any phone call from him, it's kind of like it should be an apology. But if he doesn't want, like, to be clear, if he doesn't want to apologize, that's fine. Like, I'm not crying to come back. Like, that's not. But
I
this
gotcha.
is, you know, it's kind of like he's great entertainment. He knows how to entertain a crowd, and he's doing great work with Aaron. But it's kind of like you're being disrespectful to. I'm being like, my opinions are not so out of line with the content that you are pushing. Like, I am allowed to have an opinion on a police report, on a toxicology report. This is not something that I would discuss on other platforms, because I would not go up to Jenna's booth and bring up the police report, it's inappropriate. But when Henry brings it up, it becomes fair game. And I feel that what Henry's, it's disrespectful. But again, if he wants to continue to say it's economics, man, if he wants to justify his behavior as business, that's his prerogative. But I'm not going to I'm not going to go back on there if I'm not wanted. And so that's my position. And if he wants to call me, not because he's on stream and I'm going to be used as like I'm like some sort of like clown where it has to be sincere, but I'm not expecting that from him, because, you know, he has his ways.
Can I ask a question going back to the whole getting a cut of the stuff that he made off of you right now? Basically, like, so I've been told you're pretty well off. Do you really need a cut though? Because it seems like you do pretty well for yourself. I don't know what you do. But
it doesn't matter if I'm poor, rich, whatever. It's about the principle, and it's not about that. It's about treating me with respect. Like, I've been nothing but respectful to Henry. Did I accuse him of lying about Walter? Yes. And I stand by that. And I have the video evidence to prove it. But because Henry goes after Aaron, he says that Aaron is lying, but he is dancing around. He's avoiding the question. He's resorting to name calling. All this stuff. He's about facts over feelings, but when he is called out, it's kind of like he dances around it. It's kind of like, well, I don't like, it doesn't matter. It's not about the money. It's about the principle. And do I want to cut? It would be nice if he offered it. I mean, but it's not about that. It's about the respect, and it's not there. And I know he'll make a stream, another amusing stream. The way he edits my face, it's I don't know how he does it, but with me Brent is crying, quote unquote crying, or a crash out. That's fine. If that's how he feels, that's fine. But I feel that I've been nothing but respectful to him, and the tone that I've taken with him is consistent with how he runs his channel. So it's it's not about the money, it's about the principle.
Gotcha. No, I gotcha. I mean, this whole thing, it just feels like a lot of communication, a lot of disconnect, because I don't knowing Henry and how he covers things, I don't think that he says things like where it's a lie. I don't believe that he necessarily lied. I do think that the whole situation with Walter, it definitely, there's like a lot, because like, not going through the whole history, but there's like a lot with these actors, and there's a lot of, you know, things that he's covered that I know you even agree on a lot of the stuff. It's just for some reason when it comes to like Austin and Walter, you're just very like, no, no, I will not.
Well, no, he heard he says he heard the entire recording from Francis, and then he tells it's a flat out lie, because you know why I say that? Because the recording where the video where Francis confronts Walter at New York Comic Con, Henry's like hanging his head down when Walter, I think Walter mentions how it was made to seem like the money was for him, but Henry was the one who said that the money was for Walter's guarantee. I have it's in a video, and people lie, they make mistakes, that's fine, but it's kind of like when Henry is holding Aaron accountable, which he should, Aaron's there has to be some, you can't be a hypocrite and say, oh well, what I said about Walter, that doesn't matter, I won't speak on it, whatever. But when he holds Aaron accountable, it's kind of like, Henry, you never admitted that you lied about Walter, which is okay. I say this with confidence because I have the video. It's indisputable. I'm sorry. Erlen saw it. We came to an agreement. Like it's a lie, and that's fine. You can't get everything, like people make mistakes, but it's kind of like he lied, and that's the and facts over feelings. And I have the video. I can send it to you. I don't know if your email has enough. The file might be too big. I don't know, but I could show you the timestamps, and then you can watch the whole video. So you can't accuse me of out of context. But yeah, that's his channel. Henry's channel has an impact. It's growing because of how he has the backing of Tammy and Francis. That's why the Rangers. That's why Aaron has to respond, because Henry has a lot of credibility. People watch his channel, and Henry has to get it right. He can have all the opinions he wants, but he has to make sure to get it right and not tell things that aren't true. So gotcha. That's my position.
Thank you, Co, for the $5. It's facts over feelings unless it's my feelings, says Co. An answer here is a proposition for you. Brent, how did you pay for Ranger Stomp? I'll give you back that money. I have no idea. I don't know what that means.
I don't know. I don't remember how much that is. I don't know. I don't even remember how much that was. I have to look at the receipts, but I don't know how that changes. I mean, I don't know. I probably won't accept, but you know.
Gotcha. Answer says you bring up the DARE program, but Walter got a DUI. Amy smoked weed. Austin also is known for having a
wait. Walter got a DUI? Is that what he said?
Yes, he said Walter got a DUI. I know nothing about this. I'm just reading the comments.
Does he have the guts to say that on Henry's stream that Walter got a DUI?
I mean,
when you get a DUI, that means you were driving under the influence.
Yes, that is what DUI stands for. Yes.
Right. So if you have that charge, that's a serious accusation. Is he willing to go? He won't be on this stream, but when he goes to Henry, is he willing to say that Walter got DUI? Is he willing to say that on stream? I wonder.
Oh, answer definitely would.
Okay. If he's willing to say that, then I think.
Where's that information? Hold on, I just want to know where is that? Can you guys send me the proof? I want to see this because I want to see. When did this happen?
Okay, so this was, I think Henry did a stream on this. It's a DUI charge. This is very, I think it was in Alabama. I don't remember. I don't remember exactly. But Henry did a stream on this, and Henry was very careful to say it was a DUI charge. And it's kind of like that's very different than an actual DUI. I think you have to be very careful. But regardless, I mean.
Yeah, let me see.
You have to be very careful.
Let me see. Hold on, give me a second. Let me just take a look. Okay, somebody sent it. It was it was a TMZ article. Okay, so Mighty Drunk. Wow, the title's great. Mighty Drunk Power Ranger busted for DUI. The guy who played the Black Power Ranger on the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers TV show, who was busted in Bama for DUI this weekend. We're not trying to be insensitive in a Harvard sort of way. His character, Zach, blah, blah, blah. Hold on, let's get to the thing. We're told the actor, whose real name is Walter Jones, was arrested around 4 a.m. Sunday morning by Alabama state troopers in Huntsville and booked into a local jail. Law enforcement sources tell us Jones was arrested without incident. He eventually met bail and was released. And this was posted July 8th, 2009 at 1:20 p.m. I would put it up, but my computer is like really bad, so like I'm just reading the article
without incident. So what was it, an actual DUI?
He had bail. He said was arrested without incident. So yeah, so without incident, hold on, I'm pretty sure without instant answer would probably know what without instant means. I'm assuming it means that there was no, like, he was just pulled over and he was obviously under the influence. There was like nothing. Hold on, without incident DUI. Let's see what it says. I have to look it up because I'm not hip with that law. Let's see. What is the meaning of a DUI? Without incident, driving under the influence is a crime. Blah blah blah. A person can be charged with DUI, driving under the influence, even if the police didn't witness them driving or if they weren't in the vehicle at the time of the incident. So no resistance. Okay, there we go. Okay, so he was arrested without resistance, meaning he did not resist his arrest, but he was charged with the DUI, and he post bail. So yes, they did process him. So he was arrested and charged with the driving with the DUI. I don't know. I had to look it up, but thank you, Answer, for the answer. So yes, he was arrested for DUI back in 2000.
But was he found driving under the influence?
Yeah, yes, that's what they got him for. That's what they got him for. So he was operating a vehicle while under the influence, DUI, driving under the influence. So he was driving. He got pulled over for whatever reason. He got pulled over. Maybe he ran a stop sign. Maybe he was driving a little funny. But they did arrest him and charge him with the DUI. So he did get arrested for that.
So you point that out. So what do you want us to? Should we cancel him for that or what? Like,
well, I think the argument and why they bring it up is like, one thing I'll say, like, when we talk about Austin and Walter in particular, and then we talk about like Jason David Frank, that he committed a crime with the cocaine and stuff, which again, I understand what you're saying, but like other actors have committed, also crimes. I would say somebody like, if we want to compare what's worse, right? I mean, for you, it might be, cocaine, you have a no drug policy, but I also feel like, even though that's true, doing drugs is bad. I also think for me, I'd rather somebody be under the influence of a drug in the comfort of their own home where they're not endangering other people than being under the influence and driving where they could potentially kill somebody. I think that what it comes down to is more like the moral compass for you to people. The optics is your moral compass is constantly swaying when it comes to people you favor over people you don't.
No, because I've been very, very, like, we're allowed to have our opinions. That does not. We're all have biases. I've made my bias very clear. Henry's made it. Like, when did I ever claim to be impartial? I've never claimed that. So this idea that, I'm just saying that we discussed Walter. We've discussed all these people, but we've never discussed Jason David Frank. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. We've never discussed that. So,
well, I think where it comes down to is after Jason passed, a lot of people started really looking at, the Power Ranger actors, because there have been some before Jason passed that were like, in trouble, like the Wild Ranger, Red Ranger killed somebody and things like that. So I think it's like with Jason's passing, it did open up kind of a Pandora's box where everyone's looking at a lot of these actors and, especially the things that some, Walter, I think it really stemmed from what Walter and Austin said when it came to Jason's passing. Cause like, again, it was no secret that, Austin and Jason had issues. That was very public. And, some of the things that happened following Jason's passing, the things that were said, with the whole, when you went up to David Yost and asked him about, what happened when the Power Ranger actors left, and that audio they made you delete, I think that it's fair to say that, a lot of these actors, I know that they, they can be good people, but they also can be bad people. And I think it's fair to sometimes hold them accountable as well, because like they're still here where they can be held accountable. Jason's not, and there's not really much you can really like, even, okay, he had cocaine in his system. He had coke on him, but he's gone. There's no, he can't answer for that or explain that or anything. There's nothing really to say, but these actors are still here and they still
but his legacy is still being represented at conventions. Sky Frank, Jenna Frank, they are representing him, and it's kind of like, and they're not representing their own work, they're representing his work. And I feel like it's fair game. It's all like if Henry wants to go on stream and say that Walter had a DUI, they found alcohol in his system, then he should do that. But from what I understood, it's different. But if he has facts, like if he has facts to show that Walter indeed had his alcohol content was higher than the legal limit, then he should present that documentation on his stream.
Well, that's the thing, though, is that like he could do that, but I think that it's not about exposing Walter for a 2009 DUI charge, because like he's a human. It happens. It's a shitty thing to do. You shouldn't be drinking and driving, but at the same time, no one got hurt, thankfully. I don't think it's being brought up.
But Ray, this topic was brought up on your channel just now. This is why I'm talking. Right, this is why we're talking about it. So if and Henry already discussed this. I think I saw the stream, like something. If he was above the legal limit, then perhaps I didn't hear that. Then that evidence should be presented by Henry if he has it. But if it's just a DUI, like an accusation, then that's one thing. But if he was actually proven to be above the legal limit, then that's fair game for Henry to present. But
Brent, I'm just telling you from because I do know about that. With that, when it comes to DUIs, they don't arrest you if you're not above the limit. They do give you a breathalyzer. When they bring you in for processing, they usually do a breathalyzer. And if they arrest you and they process you and they put you on bail, that means you were definitely above the legal limit of driving. That's why they charge you with a DUI, because they don't just take you in if you're a little buzzed. They usually do a sobriety test. I don't know if he got one on site, because they sometimes do it on site, or maybe they smelled enough alcohol where they're like, all right, we're going to take you in and do the breathalyzer at the station, which is like they do that. So if he was processed and he got arrested and charged and he was on bail, he was definitely over the limit. I can tell you that right now. Cops do not arrest people and set bail if they were not above the limit for drinking. I know that for a fact. In many, many states, they don't do that.
Right. And it's kind of like, but you bring this up. What does that have to do with my opinion on Jason David Frank? I mean, people, and I've never said that I'm impartial. Well, I have a bias. So this argument of this, because we already discussed that on Henry's channel. That is what we've never discussed. Jason David Frank, someone who a representative of the DARE program. We've discussed Karen Ashley, we discussed Steve, we discussed all these other people, but never Jason David Frank. And I understand there's a bias there as well, which is fine, but it's kind of like I think you're accusing me of bias. Of course, well, I have a bias, but we already discussed that. So
somebody said you brought up the DARE. Somebody said you brought up the DARE program. That's why they were bringing up the Walter stuff. But like I said, I think it's more about, like, again, I hear you. I'm not saying you're wrong to feel how you feel, but I think it's like, yes, but how do I say this? The difference really is Jason has always been vocal about his drug and drinking use. Like, that's not been a secret. And for the most part, he hasn't gotten in trouble for it. Yeah, drugs was very vague. Like he said drugs, and I don't know, I've never heard specifically, and somebody can correct me in the chat if you guys have heard it. I know he mentioned that there was drug issues that he had. He was addicted to some drug. He never specified. It could have been something like painkillers or something. He never specified. But like, drugs is drugs, right? It's a narcotic that makes you like completely get out of reality for a while, right? And he had mentioned he had an addiction problem. So usually when people have an addiction problem, drugs are drugs. Doesn't matter if it's coke, weed. Well, weed I don't consider really a drug, but anyways, mostly cocaine, the hard stuff, right? When people say they were addicted to drugs, you always assume something heavy and something like, again, you can be addicted to oxys, you can be addicted to perks, you could be addicted to a lot of things. So the cocaine thing, it wasn't really a surprise. Like when you say that to me, I'm like, I'm not surprised, because he's been very vocal about that. Whereas some of these actors, they have this whole, I can do, I got to be perfect, but it's like, you're human. It's okay if Walter, personally for me, I don't care that Walter had a DUI. That's like a small issue for me with Walter. Like, yeah, it's shitty, it was dangerous, luckily no one got hurt, probably shouldn't be drinking and driving, but he's a grown man, he's gonna do what he's gonna do. But I think that's what it comes down to. People's like, if you're calling out Jason for that stuff, which again, he's been very public about his drug issues and drinking issues before. It is fair to like, you got to call out the others because like they also have had similar, issues. And for all we know, like Walter might have done some blow in his time, but nobody knows about it. And even if he did, like, it is what it is. Grown ass man, he decides what he put in his body. But you have to keep the moral compass consistent is basically what I'm trying to say. And that's why.
And I have, because I've said that we shouldn't cancel these people for what they do. Like I said before, I got a message from someone, I don't want to support JDF because he's a crackhead. I'm like, we need to stop trying to cancel people. You make that individual decision yourself, but to say that money over morals because you have ASJ at your convention, we need to stop doing this. And I've said it for JDF. That police report and the toxicology report that with Tammy, that was presented, I think it was day 1 or day 2, and I never mentioned the cocaine usage. It didn't even occur to me because it's kind of like, we need to, are we going to start canceling people? No. And I've never said that we should cancel him. So I have been consistent.
Well,
do I have a bias?
David Yost canceled. Somebody in the chat said you want David Yost canceled. Is that true?
No. I present the facts and people could determine for themselves. I said that from the beginning. They can determine if they want to support. There are fans of David's who will watch what happened with me with David Yost and say, I don't want to support them. And I feel that would be a good decision. But I'm not going to say that a convention is bad because they invited David. I'm not going to say that, he shouldn't be invited at a convention. I'm not going to say that Scott Zillner is money over morals if he has David Yost at a convention. He shouldn't be canceled, but people need to make their own decisions as to who they support and who they don't support. The con that he had security called on me, they won't have David back. He is not welcome there. And the security that surrounded me, they're all fired. So they made their own decision as to how they feel about David. I made it the owner kept asking me, what do I have to do to make to have you stop talking about this? I didn't tell him anything because I expected him to make that decision for himself, not for me to impose my opinions on him. So he decided on his own to view the video footage of David, of the interaction with security, and he determined on his own accord that I was right and the security and David were wrong. That is why David is basically banned from that convention. He is not welcomed at that convention, not because I called for him to be canceled by the convention, but because they decided on their own accord to do that. So whoever said I want David canceled, that's not true. If conventions want to have him, that's their right. But people there are fans of David's who will watch the content that I did on Henry's channel, and they will make their own decisions. I've said this many times. So I've been very consistent about that. People shouldn't be canceled for that, for their outside behavior, and including Jason David Frank. People might say, oh, he's a drug user, a crackhead. He shouldn't be canceled for that because people need to decide for themselves based on what is presented. They shouldn't be outright canceled. I mean, I find that a little extreme, and I've been consistent about that with everybody. So yeah.
Gotcha. Raziel, thank you so much. Jason's passing definitely opened a Pandora box when it came to the other Rangers, in my opinion. It sure did. Juicebox says, he keeps putting it in people's heads, the situation keeps bringing up. But you talk about the David Yost thing.
This is unfair because this was specifically brought up on your channel. Like this is what I'm talking about. When they can't address directly what I'm saying, so they say Brent keeps bringing it up. I come on this channel and the David Yost situation is brought up and I address it, and this person, Juicebox Poppies, is saying I keep bringing up David Yost. That is because that topic is being brought up on this channel and I'm addressing it. So that criticism is unfair, but I'll keep addressing David Yost if people keep bringing it up. Ray, you brought up that comment, and that's true. So these people who keep saying I keep bringing up David, that's because Ray, you brought it up on the screen, and I'm addressing it. So what's the issue?
Juicebox probably for Fortnite. Actions speak louder than words, Brent. You keep imposing your opinions on others.
Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Because Ray, you are the one who asked me to come on your channel. I am not going on other platforms screaming my opinions. You asked me to be on this channel, and people are asking. You brought up David Yost, so I'm addressing David Yost. What is and this guy? Apparently, people are paying to have me banned, but yet they're on here listening to my opinion. It's quite interesting, but you know what? I mean, if people want to hear what I have to say, that's fine. But it's kind of like it's unfair to say that I keep talking about something when I'm asked about it. That criticism is unfair. But if people want to keep saying that to make themselves feel better, that's fine. Because they can't address what I'm actually saying.
Well, let's get a fun question. Drew Danger asks, Ray, ask him if you saw Legend of the Broken Dragon Dagger Part 1 and Part 2. Did you see Dust video Legend of the Broken Dragon Dagger?
I've seen the clips, like the thumbnails for that, but I don't. Probably I've seen maybe like a clip of it. I don't remember exactly, but I don't really.
You're featured in it.
I try.
Yeah, you're in. Yeah.
I try not to. I watched. I think Part 1, but not Part 2. It's kind of like I don't remember exactly what was it about. Basically, I think it was like Rican crying over. I think an AI image of him with a but that's all I remember. But I haven't seen Part 2. I'm not interested in what he has to say, or Rican.
I mean, it's mostly it's a parody about Rican for the most part. You have a feature in it. I don't know who does your voice. I forget who does your voice. I think it was Degenerate who did your voice in the thing. You had a little bit of a cameo in it. That's why they're asking, because you do have a cameo in the parody.
Oh, I do? Okay, yeah. I try not. I mean,
it's funny regardless of what. It's funny, especially since you were around with the Rican stuff. Like it's funny, and again, you have a little cameo in there. I forget. I think Degenerate does your voice. It was pretty funny. I definitely.
Oh, does he?
Yeah, I think it's guys. Is it Degenerate who does the voice? I forgot who did. It is Degenerate. Okay, I wasn't sure who did the voice because I know he did a couple of voices in the parody, but yeah, Degenerate does your voice. it was a small cameo. It was pretty funny. It was pretty funny.
Okay.
Donald here for $5. Thank you. But honestly, it is the way you say it that makes people think you just need to learn how to say things. That's all, says Donald. That's his opinion.
Oh, you want me to
I think he was just saying that.
Oh, okay.
I think it's the way you from what he's saying is like it's the way you talk when you're giving your opinion that gets people to kind of push back. And it's some of the things you say. Like I said, I understand, your side of things, but I also think you got to sometimes look at like the other side, because like I get that for you need a lot of facts. It sounds like you need like a lot of facts for your opinion to be swayed, and you're trying to find ways of like I don't want to say justify, but I guess rationalize things. And it's like I get it, but sometimes, like I said, when we talked about the Walter stuff, it's like, well, was he over the limit and stuff? I'm like, yes, he was definitely over the limit if he got arrested. There's no question of a doubt. You don't even need to see the report to know that if he was arrested and TMZ covered it, he was definitely over the limit. So it's like things like that kind of get people, even sometimes with me when I talk to you, I'm just like, Brent, how are you not seeing this? How are you not seeing
Okay,
this?
so maybe Henry should, because from what I remember, it was a charge, but they didn't find anything. But maybe I'm wrong, and Henry could say that Walter was over the limit, so there was the DUI. It's on his record because he was over the limit. And it's kind of, but I've been consistent. Are we going to cancel him? No. Are we going to cancel JDF for the drug use? No. Are we going to cancel Austin for the PPP loan? No. I mean, David Yost, we shouldn't. I've been very consistent about that, and I do have a bias, but it's kind of like with the reason why I mentioned that is because it's been discussed multiple times, but he's the only one who's avoided discussion when you talk, especially when you talk about Karen with Ashley with the order, and then some things with David. We talk about everybody, but JDF, and I understand there's a bias, but I just brought it up because he's the only one who avoids discussion. Walter, Austin, they all were discussed, but not JDF. So that is why I brought it up. I'm not saying that they're all, any of them are saints, because they're not, but it's just kind of like yeah, that's why I brought up JDF thing. I mean, if Henry has press proof, if that Walter wasn't indeed over the legal limit, then he should present it. But from what I heard, it was a charge, but he was released because it was Alabama. But maybe I'm wrong, and Henry could prove that Walter was indeed over the limit, and there's a record of an actual DUI versus a DUI charge. I'm interested to hear if Henry has that evidence, and he'll present it.
Would that make you look at Walter a little differently if it turns out he was over the legal limit?
If it was, of course, you look at the now. Do you expect me to cancel him? Most likely not. But when you receive this information, you look at them differently. Now, will that affect if I support him or anybody else? Maybe, maybe not. But I'm not out here trying to cancel people. So, and I've been consistent in that from the beginning. So
gotcha. Hold on real quick, because every time I see him I say, Deoxy, I love you, Deoxy, hello. Sorry, every time I see Deoxy I get excited. Deoxy, I adore Deoxy. For Moon for $2. Understand that they're here to check your lies, says Moon. Moon doesn't. I think Moon. Moon, you don't even
my
know.
lies.
For the record, Moon is not part of Henry's community.
Okay, my lies. Where so I have an opinion, and that's really different than lying. I will never accuse someone of lying unless I have proof of that. So if this person has proof of me lying, about what? David Yost? What lie? I mean, if I lied about David Yost, he'd probably sue me.
You showed proof of that story.
Anyway, oh yeah, so. I showed proof, and you could call them Metrothemcon. They are not fans. Like they saw the video evidence. Like they have the cameras. They saw the evidence, and he admitted that I was right because they didn't believe me. The owner was not friendly with me, but he came around because, again, facts over feelings. The video evidence of the interactions, in addition to what I presented on Henry's channel, showed that the security, they acted wrong, inappropriately, because the owner thought the security was acting because apparently I did something wrong or whatever, maybe illegal. I'm not sure, but it proved that I was right and they were wrong, and the entire security team was fired. David is not welcome back at that con, so they chose to cancel him, not me.
Gotcha. So Chad said Henry sent a whole email full of facts. He ignored it. You probably just read the emails. You don't even have to respond. I think you should read the emails, because you said you saw that he sent them to you, but did you read them? Did you read any of the emails he sent?
What email? Oh, he's talking about Austin St. John. The email. So the testimony I read through, like, the opinion doesn't change, and I'm sorry. It doesn't change, because where is the like and Henry, when I asked this question, he didn't answer it. So people claim that the signature on the wire transfer is evidence. Apparently it's not, because if it was, in my opinion, he'd be in jail if it was, but it's not. And that's just my opinion.
Gotcha. Co here with a $50 super chat. Thank you so much. It's all fun and games, pointing fingers and keeping scores on wrongdoings until those rules are used against you. Not that anyone wanted this, but let's be real. Jason took himself out. If that isn't a true self-cancellation, I don't know what is. Damn, that's oof.
What?
That's tough.
So he took himself out. I mean, that's the fact, right? I mean, I don't know, because if they did an investigation into and I trust the police department came to that conclusion because they probably did like fingerprinting, all that kind of stuff to prove that there wasn't another person that did it. So,
Gotcha.
I mean,
So somebody wants to ask about your. I know this has been talked about, but I don't remember. It was a while ago, but the whole thing about Austin St. John's stolen valor, that whole situation. I mean, this is like it's a lot because I mean I get you've talked about it before, but it's like, you know, I guess overall, like I'll let you answer the thing, but before you do, I just want you to keep this in mind before you answer. Is like, again, these things are being brought up because these are things that have been brought up to you when when I first met you, the whole, you're defending Austin and pushing back on Henry's coverage of these things. And it's like, yeah, but like these things are being discovered and being looked at because, if Austin's out there claiming that he was in the military when he wasn't, that's like a huge infraction, especially for those who did serve. So like, what was like your like take on that? Like why do you still stand by Austin if these things are coming out about him? And you're kind of like, yeah, no, I would need to see facts of this. And I'm like, but if they're bringing it up, then there is some facts that brought them to that conclusion. Are there not?
Okay, so there's someone I went with to PMC who was in the military, or that's what he told me, and he talked to Austin about this, and Austin has made it very clear that he's a private contractor, and he does say he in the Middle East. So I get what people are saying, because people think he is misleading people to believe that he was in the military by using the term Middle East versus Kuwait, for example, and not distinguishing that Kuwait versus Iraq, because people think that there's a difference. And there is, when most people say you were in the Middle East, contracted by the military, people are going to think that you are in the military. I think people will jump to that conclusion. I think people have an issue with him not explicitly saying that he's not in the military. And I think that's the issue people take. And is that stolen valor? If he doesn't say that I am not in the military, but he was contracted by the military, is that stolen valor?
I mean, if you ask anyone who is a vet or actively still in the military, if somebody's saying that I served in the military or I was stationed there, you do got to be specific, like, because again, if you don't disclose, like, it was a contract, it wasn't the military, you didn't do boot camp, because again, the military, the reason why they're a close-knit family, and anyone in the chat who's in the military can tell you is 100% what I'm saying is true. They are a tight-knit family. They are literally programmed to be, they blood, sweat, and tears. Like, being in the military is not an easy thing. And a lot of the men and women who serve, like, they go through it and they fight and claw their way. So when you have somebody coming in claiming to be in the military, whether they said it directly or not, it's like, you have to be clear, because like people in the military, they would ask him, right? Oh yeah, I served in Iraq. Oh yeah, what did you do? What branch were you in? What rank are you? Those are the things that anyone who was in the military would look at somebody saying that and be like, oh, you served? What rank are you? And if the person's like, oh, I contracted, they're gonna look at you and say, you didn't serve. You didn't do boot camp. You didn't go through the trenches with your fellow brothers and sisters and training to get where you are. You are contracted by the military. That's not the same as being it. So I think that's why people call it stolen valor, because if he's not being specific, even a soldier is going to call him out on that. And there are some people who served in Henry's community that took that as like, yeah, you can't say that, dude. As I was in ROTC, and I'm telling you right now, in ROTC, a lot of people in the military hate ROTC students, especially when they go to high school, because they go in there, with this attitude because they didn't get there by going through boot camp and stuff like that. You know, they don't go to the same level. So I think that's what it comes down to with the whole stolen valor. Because, yeah, I think that's why people push on you about that. Because I'm like, you got to know somebody in the military to really understand where they're coming from.
Right. And someone I went to PMC with did ask them about this, and he told me that Austin makes it clear that he was a private contractor. But if people want to claim, if he did say that I served in the military, like explicitly those words, then that's, of course, that's wrong. But what do people want to do? They want me to cancel him? I mean, what? Or we already I know you already said that we already discussed this topic, but what stolen? If he said, of course, that's wrong. But like, I know someone who asked him about this, and he always makes it clear that he was contracted by the military to serve in the Middle East. Now, if people, I could see why people would take an issue with that as well, because when you say you're contracted by the military to serve in the Middle East, people are going to assume that you were in the military. So I could see why people might take issue with that, but we keep bringing this. I know you made it clear that we already discussed this, but.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just, like I said, there are people asking. I want to make sure I cover all the bases. But I would say, like, from my perspective, and again, I'm just giving my perspective on it. I feel like it's more the reason why they're bringing it up is because, like, no one's expecting you to cancel anyone over it. It's more like, you know, again, the calling out and holding people accountable and saying, like, yeah, that's not okay. You shouldn't be doing that. But I feel like a lot of the stuff that you respond to is kind of just like, well, if that's true, and it's like, well, some of it is true, but it's still like, yeah, but I need more. And I'm like, you know, so it's kind of like the mentality of like, do you just need to see the body cam footage? Because, you know, like people said, there have been, you know, when you say, well, I don't know with the Austin St. John thing, I'm like, yeah, but like still pleading guilty still makes you a criminal. You still have the charge. That's not going to go away.
Ray.
Yeah.
When the David Yost thing came out, people questioned my credibility. They said, we need to see more. I think I can name 2 people that said this. I don't believe you. You were being an entitled diva. I don't believe you. This is why I went to I never look, Ray, and I never said you are allowed to have that opinion. Because even if I show you the footage, you'll still think I'm an entitled, which is fine. You need to see more, and I understand that. I never, and that's fine. So I did show more. I paid for that evidence, and I swayed people. And if I say I want more, why am I being criticized for that? But when the same people who accused me of harassing David, these same people came around, they asked for more evidence, and I was okay with them asking that because the truth is the truth. And
yeah, that
you see what I'm saying, Ray? Like these same people, they say, I need to see more with David because I don't believe Brent, and that's fine. I never say like, I never criticize them for that, but when I did show that evidence, I swayed them. And
well, there is a difference though, right? Because you told a story, and it was basically at that point, it was your word versus David Yost's word in that situation, because you mentioned that there was video, right? And I even said this when I heard about it. I was like, damn, I wish that Brent never deleted that and didn't let those people, you know, get him to erase that footage, because like that's crazy, number one, that they did that. But that's one of the reasons why I was like, oh, I wish he didn't delete it, because that would be. But you did, because again, when it comes to you saying something, like if Henry just came out and said Walter Jones had a DUI back in 2009, and
DUI charge. There's a difference. Right. He didn't. The thumbnail does not say he was charged with it. But I believe if maybe Henry will correct the record, but it was dismissed.
Well, the TMZ article said he was charged. He was charged with.
He was charged, but Henry says maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. It was. I mean, it didn't seem that important. Like if it was a charge and it was dismissed. That's what it was. But maybe Henry could show proof and state flatly that Walter was over the legal limit. I wonder if he has the proof. I'm more than happy to see it. But anyway,
the TMZ article, like I said, TMZ got the scoop, right? And it does say, he was arrested around 4 a.m. Sunday morning. He was booked into a local jail, and then he eventually bought bail and was released. But again, he was still arrested. And like I said, it's more like, if he just said he was arrested, that's one thing. But if he shows the proof in the article of where he got his source, which was like TMZ, right? That's actually showing more proof. So I would say the whole comparison is like, yeah, when you told the story about David Yost, I mean, people are going to be skeptical. But also, I think a lot of people believed you at first because everyone was like, of all people, Brent is the one coming out with this story. The same Brent who has been defending these actors and everything. He's the one who turned on David Yost. What? So in the beginning, people believed you. But then as time went on, everyone was kind of just like, well, maybe he made it up. We need to see more. Like, where is the video now? Because the whole thing was about the video. And then you brought up the proof. So I think in fairness, the difference here is you said a story, an incident that happened to you. There was no fact, there was no physical evidence. You provided it, but like there's a lot of physical evidence to a lot of things that Henry's covered that he's shown. And then there's like, the pushback of like, well, I need to see more. It's like, but there's still some evidence, Brent.
Like there was some evidence of the record people who were there who in that situation. So it's kind of like, well, but I didn't ever, when people accuse me of they need more proof, I never, I'm like, okay, I mean, I know the truth and I'm not like, if they need more proof, then they need more proof. I never, if they want, if they, and there's some people who still don't believe it. And that's fine. But
I was going to say, sorry to cut across you, but real quick before I forget, because I'm trying to let the chat have some say because they're just going off. But Andrew says you don't even know how the system works. And I will agree. A lot of people don't because, I've had these arguments with a lot of people. The system can be flawed, but for the most part, usually when people, like we talked about the Austin stuff, saying he pleading guilty, admitting guilt, it has multiple meanings. It doesn't necessarily mean the person's not guilty. They took a plea just to get, it's like they plea to get out a lesser crime because again, usually they're going to get the full sentence if they don't, that's how it works. So, I mean, again, I think when we keep bringing it up, it's more so to just make you understand that like, you don't have to hate Austin. You don't have to hate Walter. You can still support them. Just at least acknowledge like, yeah, y'all are messing up. Stop doing that. I'ma still support you, but like I think that's where it comes down to because a lot of the things people met you as is being like a Jason David Frank hater, and that's what
a hater.
People,
okay,
a hater.
Well, I mean, that's.
Do you hate Jason? That's a simple question. Do you?
No,
hate Jason?
I mean I don't hate, but the thing is, so I expressed an opinion that. People don't like and they call it a hating, and that's fine. I mean, if that's what they want to call it.
Did you like Jason David Frank as a person? Did you like him at all? Or did you not like him?
I never met him, but when I express opinions about some of the videos, like some of the interviews he's done, I've expressed disagreements and people call it hating, which is fine.
Everyone in the chat's like, no, he hates him. Everyone's like, he hates Jason. Everyone in the chat's going off.
And I don't know why people take such interest in that. I mean, I think they understand why. I mean, my opinion might have some credibility. I don't know, but it's kind of like, why is it such a big deal? I don't understand it. We're here to express opinions as well. I mean,
okay. Well, apparently I have to ask you this. Did you tell Henry Resilient that you hate Jason David Frank? Ask the question. Yes,
hate him. I said I don't like him for some stuff he said, but they say that I absolutely hate him. I don't think I've said. I mean, I don't remember saying flat out. I absolutely hate. I don't remember saying that.
Well, it was asked by
Henry. I said I don't like him for the stuff that he said, but it's like absolute hate. I don't think so. I mean,
Well, the question came from Henry. So I guess so. Are you saying yes or no? Did you tell Henry Resilient that you hated Jason David Frank? Yes or no? Is what the question is.
yes or no? I mean, he's doing this with me. Wow.
he want you know Henry. He wants a yes or no. He wants a yes or no. And I think he's asking because he knows the answer. He just wants to see if you are gonna give the correct answer. So
I don't think I've ever said I hate him. I don't know, and why I don't know why that is such a big deal. I've said I don't like him for the stuff that he's said in like interviews and stuff, but absolutely hate. I don't know what. I don't think I've said that absolute hate. No, I don't think so.
So the answer is no. You never told Henry you hated Jason. The answer is no, is what you're saying.
I mean, if you're gonna put it yes or no, I mean, I don't remember saying that. No.
That's a very interesting answer,
right?
So
because
my thought process is like, I think process of that is like, at some point, yeah, you must have said it to Henry.
Well, then why doesn't Henry provide the proof then?
I think that's why he's asking, because he's going.
He probably, if he hasn't, I've said I don't like him. I've said that before. I know I have. If he wants to equate that to hate, then okay, that's fine. Then the answer is yes. If not saying that you don't like someone is equal to hate, then. But the word hate, I don't remember saying that.
Apparently, the quote was, "I fucking hate JDF." That was apparently the quote.
No, I don't remember saying that.
Was it facts over feelings? Feelings over facts?
Well, I don't remember saying that. I mean, I do remember saying that I don't like him for the stuff that he said, like in interviews. But I do remember that. But fucking hate, ooh, that's kind of extreme. But
damn, I mean, if you said that, that's. I mean, who am I to judge? You hate who you hate. You like who you like.
But where's that proof?
Well, I'm sure Henry will present it.
Okay, he'll present it. Go ahead.
He'll present it. I'm sure he will. I'm laughing because I'm like, as soon as I saw that question, I'm like, okay, okay, I know the answer.
Well, because I presented proof to Henry and he ignores it. So, well, why? I mean,
okay.
So
in fairness, Shay, I've never met Aaron, and I'm not fond of him either. I've never met Aaron, and there are people you can kind of not like people if you never met them. I mean,
and if you equate that to hate, then I guess you could say you answer the question yes. I mean,
I don't like Aaron. I do not like Aaron Schonke. I think what he's doing, and how he's using, if anyone's using Jason right now, it's definitely Aaron Schonke. I think that's my opinion, that he's using Jason more than anyone is right now, especially since he's got that last film that Jason was in. I feel like he's holding it for freaking ransom.
Yeah, for fan donation, because the hype. But the hype will die down because for a film to take 5 years, that's just simply unacceptable. I don't want to hear your excuses.
Brent, did
because
you hear
most films take at most 3 years, maybe, from start to finish at most. Avatar, the only reason that there's such a decades gap between the first and second movie is because the story was written, but they didn't start production it wasn't to take a decade to produce the movie. It's just the writing, and they made 2 outstanding movies from Avatar. This is a different situation. Aaron is just using this film to get donations, because once that movie's released, people will stop caring about him. But he's using that movie to raise money because he thinks that Power Ranger fans are, a lot of them, they don't know. But I think most people will see through what he's doing.
What do you think? Did you? I was like typing real quick in the chat just because I'm trying to make sure in the people's chat. No, I am paying attention. Don't come for me. Did you see his new attempt to get more money for a comic book now before he's even released the film? Did you see that?
I think I saw it was like a Kickstarter, new Kickstarter with stretch goals. I think I'm not
Yeah,
sure if that's the right one. I
yeah.
think I saw that. Yeah, he's very condescending. He's a piece of work. This Aaron guy, very
Hmm.
like this diminished my opinion of him because I was passionate or whatever when he came on Henry's channel, but yeah, he thinks he thinks he's a know-it-all, but I think people will know who he really is, and yeah, people will know the real Aaron. And if the movie's not released by this year, I think he's done because um, it was the color correction, or whatever, is done, and what are we waiting for? You know?
Mm, I do agree. Um, so I guess, I mean, we've been talking for a while. I don't know how much time you have because I want to pick your brain on stuff. So like, oh, I forgot to ask the biggest program. What the hell have you been up to really since your banishment from Henry's? Like, what is Brent's world been looking like without the Henry recently talking?
Oh my god.
What have you been up
Henry's
to?
channel is entertainment. He's very entertaining. It's I've been asked this question by other people who um he's very entertaining. He asks the tough questions. Do I disagree with some of the stuff that he does? Absolutely. But that's just the nature of, you take the good and the bad, and there's both, and he's holding Aaron accountable. Nobody else will do that. These Power Rangers actors, they're untouchable to a lot of fans, and I'm not going to say that all these Power Rangers actors they're evil people or whatever, but it's kind of like you have to know that they do conventions for your that's one of the main reasons that they do conventions. They ask for donations through Kickstarters because they want to make money off the fans, and it's kind of like you can't trust them too much. And I think Henry holds these people accountable, and that's why I made an appearance on his channel, because although I disagree with a lot of the stuff that he does, I agree with how he's not afraid to hold at least most of them accountable. And my participation on that channel has been to the detriment of my experience at cons, but I don't regret it at all. Because I said that I go on Henry's channel, Karen's friend Christy confronted me and had me surrounded by, had blocked off the exits, and confronted me as a result of my participation on Henry's channel. Karen Ashley is shouting at me on the con floor, accusing me of privately recording her. And people have come to my defense, and they have felt the consequences of defending me. That's how I feel. Stephanie, Dana, and Jeremy, they've been banned from Ranger Stop Atlanta because I feel that because of them defending me. And all of this is due to me participating on Henry's channel. But it's kind of like you take the good and the bad. And what Henry is doing is, in the case of Aaron, is good because he's putting pressure on Aaron to release the movie. I feel that if he didn't put any pressure on Aaron, then Aaron would just say, "Oh, I'm doing color correction. I'm doing some sound mixing. Color correction again. We want to make it right for Jason." It's just a bunch of he's fundraising off of the fans, and he's looking for that the best deal possible, but he just needs to release it on Tubi or whatever, and then take his losses. So, to answer your question, yeah, I mean, I don't really, I'm not clamoring to come back, but if he apologizes to me, then maybe it's a different story. But I'm not really concerned or clamoring to come back on that channel, especially when I'm not wanted there. So.
Gotcha. Shay asked a question. Ask him if he's afraid for people he called out to talk on your stream. That was a question for you.
For the people he called out to talk on your stream, I've already talked to them. When they ambushed me on a stream, a Morphonom, I addressed all of them. I could have easily told them, what you're doing is so inappropriate to come on a stream where the topic is Star Wars and to confront me out of the blue, like to ambush me, is so inappropriate. But I chose to confront them because it's going to come up again. So I've already addressed them, a lot of these same issues, and so I don't need to do it again. I really don't, because quite frankly, what they did was so inappropriate that the owner of the channel, I think he deleted the stream because it was so inappropriate what they were doing. But I chose to address them because I knew that if I go on channels like this, that question that Shay proposed would come up, and I already addressed them. So it would be a repeat of what I already discussed on that more phenomenal extra. So it nothing would change. I mean, it'd be just a repeat, and it quite frankly, it'd be somewhat. It would be somewhat cringe. So I don't know if you'd want to witness that.
Well, apparently all the lives, they said all the lives are gone. Brent Henry said there will never be any apologies.
Oh,
I
really?
think y'all need to talk.
Oh, really? There's no be apology. Okay, if this is the approach. Look, I understand where his position is. It's economics. He could be bought. So when someone presents him money, then he could do whatever he wants. It's his channel. That's the approach that he chooses to take. I've heard the same reasoning where in other people's personal lives, where the wife or the husband, they cheat or they file for divorce. They said it's all about the money, and if that's their right to take that approach.
Damn.
Brent, I don't know if broke up for good. That was never a break. I don't know what that is, but
meaning basically because like you guys were cool and now you're not. So like,
well, it's because of how Henry handled this ban or whatever. He refuses to say that he's the one that banned me, even though he's the owner of the channel. I don't know why he would do that, because he doesn't want to be on record that he banned me, and then that would threaten his viewership. I don't know. That's speculation, but regardless, I've been nothing but my comments, my commentary, my opinions have been in line with the information that he presents on his channel. Talking about toxicology, all the topics that Henry has presented on his channel, he asked me my opinion and I answered it. I don't know. So when I present my own opinion, I don't know what's the big deal. But yeah, Henry, if he wants to, he doesn't want to apologize. That's his right. I'm not going to clamor to come back on his channel. If he wants to take the approach, that's his prerogative. If he wants to say it's economics, if other people question why he's doing it, and he says it's economics, so that somehow justifies disrespectful behavior, that's his right. I'm not going to lose sleep over not joining his channel. I'm not looking to join his channel. People on his channel are looking to hear my opinion on your channel. It seems like to be the other way around. So I find that quite funny. But yeah.
God damn. I mean,
it's true. Like, why they want to? An answer wanted to pay you to ban me, and yet he's still on here, or he was on here on this channel listening to my opinion. All these people who don't like me, they want to hear my opinion because I'm speculating. My opinion has some sway over disputing the message that's brought on Henry's channel, and that's great, I guess. I mean,
I would say, because when you said that, people come. I'm like, like guys, and I'm just curious what y'all would think. Who would you, if you could bring back anyone? You guys know where I'm going with this. If you guys could bring back anyone, if there was any redemption between Brent and Rican, who would you guys probably say you'd want to see back if that was ever an option between him and Rican? I'm just curious what you guys would think if you had a choice and there was only two options. Y'all can't say no option, bro. Y'all can't say no option. You got to pick between the two. Don't bullshit me and give this whole anyone but those two. Nah, it has to be between those two.
Because Rickett was brought back, right? He was allowed back on the channel. on
Yeah,
Henry's
but he was
channels.
actually, but he was like, but see, that's the thing. He was pretty much banned by Henry. Like that wasn't a viewer choice. It was a Henry said, nah, I don't want you back on, and he blocked him from the chat as well. You're not blocked from the chat. You just can't call in. But
No,
like
but
Henry,
he was brought back after he was banned, was he?
he was for that one stream because he was going off like crazy for like months and responding to everything and saying crazy shit about Henry, and he was coming on here saying stuff. So I think at one point Henry said, fuck it, I'm gonna let him back on, excuse my French, but I think that was the only reason. But yeah, Henry banned him. Like it wasn't the same as your banning where it was more of the viewers, because like I get what you're saying, he is the owner and the whole money thing, like you're right, but at the same time, like the viewers, like put yourself in their position, right? You're a YouTube content creator. People are willing to give you money to keep someone off your platform. You probably would do the same thing,
Right,
but he did,
but
you know.
I pushed back on that. What I would say to that is that I would own it. I said, yes, I'm banning you, but it's business and don't take it personal. But Henry refuses to say that he banned me from speaking on his channel. I asked during the quote unquote crash out, this question I asked repeatedly with Francis, that something along the lines of, is Henry banning me from his channel? And they kept saying they didn't answer the question. So it's kind of like, there's a difference. And Henry knows this, and he's doing it to grow his channel. And from that perspective, I understand it, but it's still disrespectful. But I'm not going to go on other channels and talk about, oh, Henry he banned me from speaking on his channel. No. I'm not clamoring to come back. But if he has the good sense to apologize, then I may be open to it. But he said no apologies, then that's his right. And I'm not gonna.
I'm laughing. I'm not laughing at what you're saying. I'm just laughing because when I asked the question of Brent or Rican, people say Rican. I'm like, y'all are wrong for that. Y'all are so wrong.
You know why they're saying Rican? Because he's easy to oppose. Some of the stuff he's saying is quite appalling, to be honest. But what I'm saying, it's tougher because I'm stating opinion. Like when I say an opinion, it might not be popular, but it's not like appalling or outrageous. Some of the stuff Rican's saying is kind of like, whoa.
I think
using some.
The crash outs for him are a little bit more entertaining. I get it. Like it is entertaining having Rican on.
Yeah, because it's easy. It's easy to
hold on, I gotta address this one. Listen, I get what y'all are saying, right? But my thing is, when I have guests on, I'm gonna be cordial because number one, I don't have any personal beef with Brent. Like, you know what I'm saying? And again, he is a guest. He was invited, where Rican only comes on when he literally demands the link and he comes on for the entertainment factor. Brent came on invited as a guest. So I'm not gonna be a bitch to Brent, you know, for the being a guest. Because again, we're going back to, he could have told me no and said, F you, I know you're part of Henry's community. I want nothing to do with it. And he knew y'all were going to come in and push up on him, and he still decided to show up. So, like, in fairness, Momoon, come on now. Like I'm not going to be an asshole to Brent. Like, you know.
Right. And I saw what he wrote, and it's kind of like, I see this I saw this at PMC. You talk a big game behind a keyboard on Discord, but when you see me in person, the energy it's not there. I'm not going to name names. I'm not in the mood to name names this time, but it's kind of like the energy is not there. And I'm not saying that I want that, but it's kind of like, in a civil manner, explain to me why you think I'm a quote unquote loser. But when you're in person, there's a different level of accountability. That's why I dismiss those comments as being keyboard warriors, and it's just you brush it off. But I do appreciate, Ray, that when you invite someone to come on the show, there's a different level of expectation. So when I present certain opinions, you can't accuse me of saying, why you keep talking about something. Now, if I demanded to come on your channel, there's different expectation. You could say, well, yeah, Brent needs to stop talking about certain things. But when I'm invited, there's a different level of expectation. Yeah, Brent's being asked about certain things. He's just repeating what he said previously, but he's being asked. So at least you understand that difference. Apparently, some people
Yeah,
don't.
because
So
yeah, no, people. I'm like, it's not new. I've invited people on that I know my community has issues with, but like, they're like, why aren't you pushing back? Even when I've had issues with people, and of course I'm gonna be civil at first, because like, what's the point of getting into it? Like I said, I don't have personally if we disagreed, you know, we've had conversations. I've been on panels with you at Henry's where I sometimes I wanted to go in on you, but like Henry always is like, don't go at him, be nice, like don't be too crazy, because sometimes, like I said, I get emotional, my feelings sometimes need to be in check. But again, you're a guest here, you're in my house, you took your shoes off, you were being respectful in the house, so why am I going to be disrespectful? I know everybody in the chat got their issues. I'm trying to read all of them. Some of y'all are saying some crazy stuff, and I'm just like, bro.
it's kind of like, so why are you paying to ban me? If you want to come up on Henry's channel, then why are you paying to ban me? Yet you want to come on this channel. It's just kind of, I'm just kind of confused. Like,
well, I think it's like they wanted to push back and explain, because they also know I haven't been around everything and know everything. So they're kind of like trying to like get me to not get me, but like they want to correct information. And I think that's why they want to come up so that they can correct it, because they know that I'm not 100% in all of the knowledge with everything. Because I did take a few months off, and I was gone from YouTube and the internet for a while, completely wiped all my socials and everything. So nobody even talked to me about anything. I came back and had to play catch up, but there was so much I missed. So that's kind of why they want to come on and talk, because they if you know, especially when they say, like, you know, they say you're lying, so they wanted a chance to come on to explain why they
I'm
are saying you're
lying.
lying. Yeah, that's kind of
Wow.
what why they want to come up. But like I said, I've already promised you it's only if you
Right,
are
right,
comfortable
right.
and if you say it's okay.
It's just kind of like, show the proof. Like, if I'm lying, show the proof. And if the proof is
I think
there,
that's
then
why they wanted to come on, to show the proof.
well,
But
then they
again,
can go on Henry's channel. That's that, like,
I remember
and
some
these
super
same
chats.
people are okay with me being banned on that channel. If I wasn't banned, if they never paid to ban me in the first place, they would have plenty of opportunity to do that. But now they want to do that. I'm
Sorry, I
reading
wasn't sure.
this. Is it
Yeah,
true that you want some of Henry's super profits? The way this wording is, would I be appreciative if he did? Yes.
Juice box, I missed your super chat. I'm gonna get to it.
So, but do I expect it? No. But as a courtesy, as a basic respect, because he's using my actual presence as a threat to raise money. And I know people might say, well, might push back on that, but what I'm saying is that the threat of me coming back to the channel, speaking on the channel, is being used to raise money. My actual presence is being, you can make as much content as you want, and I don't expect any profit, but he's using my actual presence to raise money. The threat of my presence speaking on that channel, he's using that to raise money. It's not just using me as content, like the things I say on other channels as content. There is a difference. And so this wording, I know the wording is very interesting, but would it be nice if he offered as a courtesy? Yes. But do I expect it? No, not especially not from Henry, especially when he takes it's economics man approach. I don't expect it, and I'm not gonna lose sleep if I don't get any money from it. But as a courtesy.
Gotcha. This one's long. I'll read that to you. Facts. This is from Juicebox Poppy. Thank you again for the super chat. Facts over feelings. Brent isn't allowed to use that statement anymore. While he doesn't like the facts about the Austin trial, it's not an opinion. Read a wire transfer from Brent and the PPP paperwork. That's the comment.
He signed a document. Anybody could sign a document. I know what answers or whoever this juice box, what he's referring. There's a disclaimer when. Okay, so, there's a disclaimer when you sign wire transfers. Any wire transfer, you are taking a risk, a huge risk, if you don't know who you're sending the money to. Now, I am of the opinion. So, did he sign that wire transfer? Absolutely. I never disputed this. Does that mean he intended to defraud the government? My opinion is that's not enough proof. That's just my opinion. I've repeated this many times, and if you want to keep discussing this, then we're going to keep going in circles because I've already addressed this. If I send a wire transfer to, like, if you go to a bank and you sign the document to wire transfer someone, and then they end up committing fraud, that's a risk you're taking. And to answer that question, or that super chat, that's just my opinion. And you could say, well, I'm feeling as though you can say that all you want. You could repeat it. I don't know why you're so concerned about my opinion. I just don't understand this obsession with my opinion, especially when I'm banned from speaking on Henry. You encourage people banning me from speaking on Henry's channel. I don't know why these people come up here are so concerned about my opinion about this. I don't understand it. But yeah,
I was gonna say, Henry just offered you the money from the Ranger stop trip.
Oh, now okay. So 2 years later, okay. Because he knows he knows that what he's doing is inappropriate. If you were to ask just random people, at work or wherever, and you do that, even if I didn't pay for his trip to Ranger Stop, that be what Henry is doing. It's just. It's ridiculous. It's disrespectful, and he knows it, but he feels he can get away with it, and it's just not right what he's doing. And I know there's other people who feel the same way, but are afraid to speak out about it because I feel it's just inappropriate, and we'll just leave it at that. And whether he offers or not, I'm really not concerned because it was a gift, and I did it not out of generosity. And for Henry to get informed to ask the Rangers about about the different situations, Austin about the PPP thing, Walter about whatever he wanted to ask. I asked Henry to ask him about one thing, but he had an opportunity to ask about multiple of things. And I did that out of generosity. And
I mean, so I just want to bring this up because you mentioned the PPP. Just adding to that, he, meaning Austin, had no employees. He was not entitled to the government money. Basically, they're saying that Austin knew he had no employees, but yet he still applied for the PPP loan, so he knew what he was doing. I mean, in fairness, and I will just add to this, though, it's not an uncommon thing with that PPP. A lot of people are being cracked down on with that because a lot of people did all of a sudden start businesses just so they can get that extra money. So, like, basically what they're saying is, like, Austin did know what he was doing. He definitely did intentionally, because again, a lot of people were doing that. They definitely have been starting to crack down on people who are doing that.
Okay, and people, I don't know why we already discussed this. I already expressed my opinion. I'm willing to discuss this over and over again. It's just kind of like
well, I think that's why they're bringing it up, because they're like, how
these opinions have already been discussed numerous times, and I'll keep talking about it if it keeps being brought up. Yeah, I mean, I've repeated, and if people don't like it, they've already paid to ban me from Henry's channel. Why are they on here still? I just don't understand it. But
okay. I have a personal question. This is a personal question that was coming from me, because like you mentioned about the whole Henry, having you on and making money. I'm also, obviously getting super chats and stuff, so clearly having you on. But I mean, most of the people here usually donate no matter what I cover. But do you feel like because you're on my channel and I'm getting super chats having you on, do you feel like I should give you a cut?
No. There's a difference, and I think you know this. There is a difference between me coming on this channel and as a guest. There is a difference, and the nuances is it's gonna take maybe a few minutes to explain this, but I think and everybody knows that there's a difference between someone coming on a channel and getting super chats versus the threat of my actual parents being used to raise money. There is a difference. And
you mean presents, right? Because I think I heard you say parents. I was like presents.
Presence.
Okay.
My actual presence of appearing on camera and speaking is being used to raise money versus me appearing as a guest and you getting the super chats, because the super chats is for your channel and I'm appearing as a guest on your channel. So versus my actual appearance being used to raise money, there is a difference. And the nuances, I think, Ray, there is a difference. There is a difference between.
So, I was gonna say, so if there's a difference, so say somebody decided to pay me the same amount of money that they paid Henry to keep you off my channel, would you still feel that same way that I would need to give you a cut? I'm not saying I would do it. I'm just asking a hypothetical. I'm not going to do it, guys. Don't do that. I'm not asking. I don't want to do that. I'm asking a hypothetical because I'm just trying to understand the mindset of Brent right now by bringing up.
Okay, so let me tell you how this happened. So when this was first approached, they said money's being paid to ban you, and then people can pay money to bring you back. So Brent, please come back because someone paid money to bring you back. Like I'm some sort of clown for entertainment. I pushed back. Look, Ray, I'm just telling you what happened. So you paid money to ban me, and then people could pay money to bring me back. So I was being asked to come back, like I'm some sort of clown. Like I'm on being paid by the circus, except I'm not getting any cut for it. Like the issue is about respect, and if it was handled a different way, perhaps I wouldn't ask for a cut. But basically, I'm being like a puppet, and people called this out because I knew this comparison would come out. Oh, if you super chat and you appear, don't you deserve some of the money? No, they're not the same thing. I come as a guest, and it's a respectful interaction. It's a respectful communication. Whereas what Henry did, it was like, oh, you're paying, we raised this much. And Henry even admitted, like, yeah, we're using your presence to raise money. And it's kind of like, and then if someone pays money to above the threshold, then you then come back. Like I'm like a puppet, like a circus creature. And that is why I feel I deserve a cut. Oh, no. Or, so I hope that answers your question.
Gotcha. Listen, this stream you got Henry to give me money. That's insane. You got Henry to give me money. Henry says Austin St. John received a fraudulent government loan for his business and wired it to a friend to invest it in foreign markets for personal gain. He broke the law. And then another one, Austin St. John broke the law and you support a criminal because you can't realize that is why you are banned. And then Henry here says, I offered the money back because you feel that trip puts me in debt to you, as you should be held in a more favorable light and get special perks. And then Drew says, Henry only saying that he'll pay it because you keep hanging over his head. Every time you mention he kicked me out of the group, I paid for his ticket. That's why Henry's saying it there. So
wait. Let me push back on this. So I've said it on your stream before. I'm not asking for special benefits. Even if I didn't pay for his trip, I would still feel disrespectful what he's doing. But me paying for the trip, there should be even more consideration not to do something that's already disrespectful. Let me make that very clear. Like, even if I didn't pay for that trip, he still shouldn't do that because it's disrespectful regardless. But the fact that I even went out of my way to do that for him, he should pay even more attention and not do something that already. I hope that answers the question. Like, make no mistake, even if I didn't pay for that trip, I feel that what he's still doing is disrespectful regardless. He shouldn't do that. And even if someone never pays for anything, they shouldn't do that. But I
So
bring up that trip because that he should be even more cognizant. It's like with the David Yost situation. Even if someone only bought one autograph or didn't pay for anything, they shouldn't do that at all. But the fact that I bought what I did, they probably should have paid even more attention to not do something that they already shouldn't be doing.
So are you saying that because you paid for the trip that you kind of feel like maybe he should have been more like, you know, considerate with this whole situation, like he shouldn't have taken the money
Regardless of whether I paid for it or not, what I'm saying is that even if I didn't pay for the trip, he still shouldn't do that. Me doing that does not shouldn't give me special favors. But I would think that me doing that, me going that extra mile, he would think twice for doing something that I already feel is wrong. I hope that brings some clarification.
Gotcha. He says sacrifices were both ends, time away from my daughter, content, etc. for going on the trip. I'm guessing that he's referring to.
Okay, then, but he made that choice, and I didn't force him to do that. Sacrifices were made on both sides, but the fact remains that he accepted the offer, and this idea of sacrifices made on both sides. I mean, I really don't want to respond to that right now because it's kind of like, are you serious right now? What I'm trying to say is that even if I don't contribute anything, if I didn't contribute anything to the channel, he still shouldn't do it. But I mentioned the trip because it only magnifies the fact that he shouldn't have done it. But make no mistake, even if I didn't pay for anything, he still shouldn't do that to anybody. I hope that clarifies. I never said that I deserve special perks. Because there are people on this channel that don't pay anything, which is absolutely fine, and they're still allowed to come up and speak. And what I'm saying is that that trip, whether it was paid for or not, it only serves as reinforcement. It's not like I'm saying that should be special. I should get special privileges. I'm just saying that what he did was disrespectful, and me paying for the trip only reinforces that. But it doesn't, make no mistake, I'm not asking for special privileges.
Gotcha.
So
Aerostream here says you seen as a clown because you can't realize Austin St. John is a criminal, and then also saying putting people on mute or temp ban with money is a norm on streaming. Gamer streamers do it for fun, interacting with the viewers. The fact you take that as a disrespect or offending is soft behavior. Okay, fine. Then it's soft. That's fine. If that's normal, if that's normal, then I would take issue with it as well. And if you want to call me soft, that's fine. Because I really I feel that maybe in this quote unquote streaming verse, disrespectful behavior like that is tolerated. And if that's the norm, if you say, "Oh, I'm gonna ban someone," and then I'm gonna if you pay money, you could bring him back, like I'm some sort of like a clown in a circus, like a servant or whatever. If that behavior is normal, then I would take issue. If you want to call that soft, I don't care. And yet these people, the same people who want me banned, they take such issue where they're paying you money to speak their opinion. I just find this confusing. But yeah, it's just kind of like, if that behavior is normal, then I take issue with it as well. If it's soft behavior, fine. It's quote unquote soft behavior. I would take issue with it if I went on any other channel, because there should be some level of respect when these things are done. And I feel that the way Henry handled it was not right. But that's okay. If it's soft, fine. I don't care. I still take issue with it. You can call it whatever you want. Gotcha. Ko here says, I'm curious, would Brent be this hung up over his nonsensical saga if anyone but him was paid to get banned from coming up on Henry's channel? Just some food for thought. That's actually a good count. That's a good question. So if it wasn't you and it was like Rican or Answer or anyone else that was in the same situation, if it wasn't you, would you have the same thought process about Henry?
Yes.
Would that?
Yes, because Rican is a little I think Rican is a bad example because
Yeah, that's fair. I did give a bad example.
that's a that's a very bad example because I would not take issue with Rican being banned because his behavior is inappropriate. I'm sorry. He would be immediately banned if I ran a channel, and not because of his delusional, I'm going to say Power Rangers BS. That's not why he would be banned, but going on channel saying I would take pictures of people, like that's just no. And the way he treated Renee, oh my god. Ugh. So that's a bad example. But if it was somebody like, if they had a different opinion, I don't know. If it was anybody else, I would absolutely take issue with it because the situation has never come up. But yes, I would speak out against it and say,
sorry, that comment had me dead. Brent just discovered Henry is for the streets. That's crazy. That's a shot at Henry, not you. That's a shot at Henry. Henry is for the streets. That's crazy. Arrow says Henry emailed you after the ban. That's respect of care. I mean, I don't know what was the nature of those emails, and he said he's not disclosing it, so I have no idea.
It's I won't disclose it either, but the thing is, it came across as insincere. And he does no apology, which is, I'm fine with that. Like, I'm not emailing Henry, please let me back. No. And I only came on this channel because I was asked to. And I appreciate you being cordial in how you run the stream. It's kind of like, but to answer your previous question about, I would absolutely take issue, especially the way it was, you're banned, if someone paid this amount to ban you, but if someone pays more money, please come back. No. We come here to speak our opinions. We're not here to be treated like circus animals. It's just ridiculous to me, but if that's what Henry wants to do. So yes, I would take issue with what he's doing. Now, certain people be banned like Rican, I would not take issue with. But if it was another person, I would absolutely take issue with it.
Rican got banned
it's not appropriate.
Rican got banned for free. Nobody had to pay to have that ban. So I was gonna say though, like I get what you're saying, but I feel like I think it would be a way more disrespectful, in my personal opinion, if he banned you because of the payment and didn't say anything to me. I do feel like I get in the moment you're kind of looking at this like, what the fuck, and I 100% get you, but I feel like the fact that he did reach out to you to kind of like let you know, like, hey, and you also said like you understand it's just business, right? Like it's not personal for Henry.
Well, but the thing is, I need to hear that from him. And the thing is, but when he went on that quote unquote crash out or whatever, he was like, I asked multiple times, is he the one banning me? And then he went around in circles, and that shows to me, yeah.
I mean,
wow. Okay, that's fine.
It's like a yes and no though. Like, did he hit the ban button, or did he ban you and say like, hey, I'm not gonna let you on? Yes, I would say he did make that call, but it was also more so like the call was made because the viewers paid. And he's basically honoring his viewers and saying,
but he doesn't have to, like, right?
He doesn't have to, but like as a content creator, right? Like I do content, right? Obviously, I don't cater to everybody. Like I'm not swayed. No offense, I'm not saying Henry's swayed by money, but like I'm still gonna do what I want to do. Money be damned, right? Just because that's who I am. And I'm in a situation where like I could definitely be like, yeah, no, I'll 100% ban him if y'all pay my bills, right? But like that's just not me. And again, I'm not judging Henry for it, but like a lot of content creators, they do want to like do stuff for the audience. Like sometimes if the audience, is like, hey, cover this topic, I'll be like, sure, if that's what you want to hear, sure. Hey, we want to support you. Here's a few bucks if you do this, sure, but it's not out of the norm for content creators to, do what the audience wants, because if it wasn't for the community, if it wasn't for these people in the chat, we wouldn't really have anything. People wouldn't be watching us. So there's certain levels of like, I get what you're saying, but at the same time, I don't think it was more like Henry was like, I didn't want to ban you. I didn't want to make the decision.
But he's the owner of the channel. Right. Come on. He's the owner of the channel. He has a decision to make. Is he like? I understand what you're saying. You have to cater to the audience, but when like the way he approached it, and it's just kind of like he needs to have. I could be bought. That's basically what he said. I could be bought, and it's economics, man. I mean, it's kind of like. And then when I asked, "Are you the one banning me?" and he wouldn't answer the question. And it's kind of like, to me, it's kind of like, it's disrespectful, but there's other entertainment. He's not the only one. I mean,
no, I get it. It's just, I feel like part of me, like looking at the situation, is like, if Henry didn't care, he would not email you. I know if Henry didn't actually,
but no apology. Look, he said in the comment, there's no apologies, and that's you know what, that's his right. But that speaks volume, because the email he sent to me, I won't disclose what he sent, but it's kind of like, you're not going to apologize, then that email that you sent is not sincere. And the only reason I'm speaking about it is because it's the topic of the channel. But I didn't respond, because it's kind of like, you're not sincere, you don't care. Then I just return the favor and then don't respond and not worry about that channel.
Gotcha,
that's his right. That's his right to. He's the owner of that channel, and I have a right to respond a certain way. So, it's just unfortunate.
He said disclose it. I don't give a fuck, meaning the conversation. He said you could disclose it. But real quick, I don't understand what you're saying, Arrow, but I'll read it anyways. So if your opinion is aligned with Nazi Germany, no ban. Wait, what? that threw me off. You're going to have to be specific with that one, because I don't know if you understand what he's trying to say. Maybe it's because my brain is mush. I don't know. Arrow,
what? I don't understand what if you're like Nazi Germany.
Are we referring to the T-shirts, the quotes? Is that what we're referring to? Because that's the only thing I could think of.
I'm not really sure. I don't want to make assumptions here. So, align with Nazi Germany. So, no ban. But it's not. So why is that question being asked? There is nuance to these.
I'm confused.
It's kind of like, what are we doing here? Like, my opinion in line with. So if I'm in the Nazi Germany, if I was part of that army, like, what was that question really asking? I don't understand.
Yeah, I was confused too, Arrow. I was reading it like, wait, what? Henry says you can read the email word for word live. I do it myself.
Sure. He can do because he could do whatever he wants, but it's kind of like you're not apologizing, so I find that email insincere. And he'll disclose it himself, but you see, like, no apology. Yeah, he wrote that email. I'm not clamoring to come back on that channel though. So
no, I mean, I got you, but like, so apparently the ban is up until 2026. Once the ban is lifted, I am curious. This is my own personal question. No one asked this. My question is, once that ban is lifted, will you return?
Will I return?
Yeah, it's apparently paid up until 2026. So when next year, when that ban is lifted, if no one pays to extend it, I guess at this point, would you come back if the ban was lifted?
I mean, if Henry wants to apologize for being disrespectful, then maybe. But I don't know. Like, I'm not really concerned about that. So.
So basically, no. If Henry doesn't,
I'm not really concerned about that. Like, we'll see if Henry realizes how disrespectful his behavior is, because I know he's gonna make clips of this, and I'm like a crybaby, whatever. But I'm being asked about it, and that's just you know me. Like, I keep it real. If he doesn't apologize, then we'll see if he does some reflection.
So overall, if he apologizes, whether the ban is still in effect or not, you just pretty much want an apology for.
Well, a sincere apology, that's. But he won't give it, so most likely not. And I'm not too worried about that, because I'll just keep the threat of my voice, my opinions, that keeps them nervous. And We'll just keep it open.
Gotcha. Oh, there's an answer about the t-shirts. So yes, the t-shirts, because you went to that Jewish center and recorded that lady about the shirts about Austin St. John. I'm missing a lot of lore here. I feel like I did not do my due diligence, do enough research about this, because I'm like, what is going now? There's a video about some Jewish lady. What? I'm confused.
Okay, so when you go to Disneyland, when you do tours, when you do I don't know, yeah, tours, when you go to theme parks, my phone was recording the entire, because and people have their phones out taking pictures, all these things. So this idea that I secretly recorded her, she knew she was being recorded because my phone was out the entire tour. And I discussed this with Heirloom in quite detail, and the people in the UK seem to have a different approach, or maybe people are just playing dumb because they want to have their bias against Austin, which is fine. But my opinion is that Hitler had effective quotes, and unfortunately, the results speak for themselves. This is just historical fact. And if people want to get hung up over this, that's their prerogative.
I have no
Now,
idea.
right. It's kind of like people, like, there are books on Amazon talking about Hitler's speeches being one of the greatest in history. Why aren't they being called out? And this idea that only schools and educational institutions can teach about Nazi Germany, that sounds like something in a fascist society. That's something you would hear in a fascist society where only one institution can speak about something.
I mean,
do I agree with the business model? Absolutely not. It's terrible business, because who would want to buy something like that? I don't understand it. But this idea that saying that Hitler had good quotes, it's somehow supporting Nazi Germany, is absolutely ridiculous. And I think people know this, but it's kind of like, I can't believe we have to explain this.
I mean, it's I think it's more of the, like, there are people who do say that he had some good quotes and stuff, and he gave good speeches, because, like, obviously he was a good motivational speaker to convince an entire nation to commit massacre, like mass murder, right? But it's also like another thing where, it's a gray area when it comes to people saying he had great quotes, because, like, you can say that, but at the same time, what did those great quotes lead to? And that's kind of where a lot of people are looking at. And then putting on a t-shirt and selling it for merch and saying, but I think it was more the putting these great quotes from people in history, and then putting that person next to those other people who weren't completely insane and killed a bunch of people, was like where everyone's like, I'm sorry, wait, you're doing what? Like, you can't say these are great quotes from people who are amazing in history, these legends and stuff, and then have that man in that category, which is where people were like, holy crap, that's insane. But yeah, I got a super chat here. Real Circle says Jimmy for $2. I thank you, appreciate you. I saw some people making comments I want to get to. Arrow here again says, number one, he's mad that he got banned due to his opinions about Austin St. John being a criminal, right? People are mad at you when you can. Wait, people are mad at you when you can accept facts, or did you mean can't? I'm very confused. And then
I don't know. I don't know what he meant by that, but you can say whatever you want. I mean, at this point, it's kind of like, I don't know what to say to these people. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, Costa's ban is immaterial. What matters is Henry doing what Brett wants him to do. He couldn't give a frog's fat arse otherwise. I love when people say arse. And then I guess Arrow says number two, and C, the ban is as disrespectful. Nazi Germany was an evil group of people aligning on those ideals. Should be banned, right? But you would take that as disrespectful as well. Facts over feelings. Sorry, I just had a
what? Oh my God, are you serious? Are these people for real? There is nuance to all these discussions. I mean, if someone was you could ban people, like, people have a right to ban whatever for whatever reason. but there was
Arrow.
no like. I just
Sorry.
don't understand these people. They're arguing.
Why are
Okay,
you here
go
if you're at
ahead,
a party? Well,
Airstream.
go,
Like you're you're
Arrow,
you're
why aren't you partying? You shouldn't be here. Stay at your party. Have fun, touch grass, enjoy life. It's a gorgeous day, Arrow. I love you though. Appreciate you confirming here. But go enjoy the party. Your butt shouldn't be here.
right, right, and people they say that all the time because they're like, oh, we're done with, but we're gonna have, yeah, good riddance. But anyway, this argument about the t-shirts. I mean, it's just so. He had good quotes, and is it a bad business? Absolutely, because who would buy that? But we can't say that, oh, it's only appropriate if schools teach about history. It's only appropriate if certain people do certain things. That sounds quite like that's a fascist tendency to limit who could say what and what message they could. They're the only ones who could say a certain message. I think that is not that's a fascist tendency. So I think ASJ or anybody for that matter, if they say Hitler had good quotes, it's unfortunate. It's historical fact that his quotes were extremely effective. They were good quotes. I'm sorry. That doesn't mean you're saying that they are a good person as a whole. And we keep arguing this because I don't know why. We already discussed this, but they keep bringing this up. I don't know. I just don't understand it. This discussion
I'm
came
just
up
here
because,
at this point because some of this stuff I'm hearing for the first time. That's why
oh
I'm like,
really?
yeah, some of the stuff, guys, I'm here for the first time. I didn't know about any of
Oh,
that
okay.
stuff, so that's why I'm like,
Okay.
this is new
Because
to me.
Henry constantly brings up a picture of me in the England, and my queuing up for Wimbledon was brought up as kind of like a smear tactic of some sort. And then I went to those same people the next year, and they were laughing like, "Oh my God, Hitler had a good quote." Well, why is that such a big deal? You say someone is effective at doing something does not mean you are saying you are co-signing them as being a good person as a whole. How could we not understand this? Saying someone had good quotes, effective quotes, it's just historical fact. But people they want to argue this just
Gotcha.
for I don't know. I don't know why.
I have a
Okay,
$5 super chat. This is
goodbye.
Fudge. Let's see. Kel here with the $20. Show Hitler's painting to or any random and ask what they think. You'll often get they are beautiful. Who is the artist? Then you say it's Adolf Hitler. Then all of a sudden the artwork is shit despite them loving it prior. And then Jimmy here says, "Dude knows nothing." LMAO. I just want to get through those comments because I saw them.
Okay. Am I supposed to respond because they're still here? I'm already banned. Like they're still here listening to me. I don't wonder if I know nothing. Why are you listening to me? So
no, I gotcha. No, I was gonna say that. Oh, the ISJ wanted to make T-shirts with Hitler quotes and saying it represented the way of a warrior. Okay, that's what it was. I didn't know if it was like a legendary thing. And Brent backed the T-shirts. That's summarized version. Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, that's the way of a warrior. That's a little wild because Hitler was not a warrior. He was a murderer. That's crazy.
Okay, so we want to play some like this says it's just the good. He said it was good quotes, and then the warrior line. I mean, I don't know why that's such a big deal, but
do you think Adolf Hitler was a warrior? I just out of curiosity.
he was he killed a lot of people. He's and he was a
so
awful person.
Do you disagree with Austin putting him in the category of a warrior then?
I mean, I disagree with the whole business model in general, and calling him a warrior. I mean, that's just kind of irrelevant in my opinion. I mean, now we're switching to. I explained the Hitler. Now we have to explain the warrior. Like,
I got it wrong. That's why they were correcting.
Okay, so the quotes was the main issue. This warrior thing. It's just I don't know. A warrior is someone who fights in battle. I mean. Yeah, he fought a lot of battles, and unfortunately, he won a lot of them. Unfortunately, that's just historical fact. He won a lot of battles before.
Yeah, it was based on like though discrimination and crazy stuff. But I'm not here to listen. We're not here to argue if he was evil. I think we all, even Brent, can arguably agree that he was an evil man.
Right. But we can't ignore the history is. You look on books on Amazon. Great speeches, terrible person. If we compliment one aspect of someone, then that categorizes the whole person. I don't think so. I think it's the history speaks for itself. Effective at giving speeches, terrible person, and that's just putting it mildly. And it's just the reality of it, because, and I don't know why this is still an issue.
Jimmy, I saw your comment. I'm like, I get what he's saying, because like in history, like, he was kind of like a little bit of a conqueror there, and he did conquer some places and did some stupid, but he didn't do it in a good way. So I think when people say he won battles, it's like, yeah, nah, there was winning in a sense of like, he did conquer some places, he did entrap a lot of people, and that would be considered, I guess, a win if you're looking at it from the other side. But at the end of the day, he was a monster, and what he did was just like insane. He definitely had what was coming to him. I honestly think he got out easy. I think he should have been tortured until his final days, but that's just me. So, he took the bitch way out, but hey, I get it. I just, like I said, I'm only having you talk about this because people are asking. People haven't seen you in a while, so we got to like recap, I guess, all the stuff and drama, because, that was
definitely the irony. They haven't seen me, so they want to recap. But these same people are. There's a reason why you haven't heard from me in a while, and that's because of the ban that Henry imposed. Make no mistake, he listened to the audience when he didn't have to, but he did. And it's ironic that people are looking for a recap. It's just ironic.
Did you consider Henry a friend? In all honesty, like, did you consider you and Henry like maybe not friends, but like, did you consider there being some kind of like a little bit of a bond with you and Henry?
Ray, you of all people know, to me, friends are people, a community is a group of people you could trust when you could leave your laptop open without a passcode. Friends to me are when you forget to lock up the office, that friend comes in and he won't take your stuff. A friend is, I don't know any of you, not even Henry, any of you to that degree. So to me, we're a group of acquaintances that have discussed things. And that's it. Because as you know, if you don't know someone well enough, if you judge someone just based off of convention appearances or based off what you see on YouTube, there is a risk that you will be disappointed. And Ray, I think you could speak to this. That is why I view like with anybody that I meet online, it's kind of like, I'm going to assume that we're going to be cordial. We're going to be nice. We're going to assume that we could talk about, we have common interests, but it's not going to get to the point where I'm trusting someone to the point where, I can give someone money and I could trust that they can pay me back.
Gotcha. Dust here for $5. Brent, this was actually my idea. I told him that. Hope everyone is having a great night. Yeah, Dust said you should get Brent on. He said you should get Brent on. I was like, I don't know, Brent will get on. We weren't really that cool, but maybe because we weren't that cool back, he might be willing, because like he knows I'm kind of like the neutral party here for the most part. So,
yeah, well, yeah. I know you have I know because I've heard some of your content. You still feel that David Yost is a good person. I disagree, but you have enough sense to know that what he did was not appropriate. So there's some level of common sense despite disagreement. I know you have a bias. I have a bias. We have disagreements. That's just part of none of us propose that.
With David, I don't have a bias with David. I just want to cut across you on that one, because I don't have a bias with David Yost. I've never met him. I have heard good things about him. And as far as what he did to you, that was really the first time he's ever had any like controversy. So I 100% think how he handled that situation with you was really bad. I don't know if it was really him or maybe his whoever was there representing him that really had more to do with that. But I think the way he handled it, especially afterwards, after you brought it to light, was piss poor. And I felt bad for you. And I said, that was not the way to handle that situation, because David's a grown ass man. And if he didn't want to answer a controversial question, he shouldn't have answered the controversial question, especially knowing damn well there were cameras recording as you're setting them up. He shouldn't have never answered if he didn't want to answer. So I think that, yeah, it's not a bias. It's more like, I don't think he is a bad person. I just think the way he handled it was really bad. And I think that he should have at least just understood the situation that happened and just been like, well, it is what it is. I said what I said on camera, and then he tried to like do something, but I don't think he was a bad person. I just think he didn't really realize the full scope of what he said on camera that he didn't want out. And it's like, too late, buddy. And then you try to shake the dude down, got him to delete it. So I don't think he is a bad person. I just think that he made a stupid call and how he handled that. I think that maybe if you ever were to talk to him again, which I doubt you would, but if you ever did, I feel like maybe he would maybe see, hopefully, where he went wrong in that situation.
Right. And I think Dust was the one who mentioned my name and he blocked him. So I don't know how willing he is to discuss this, because the owner of the convention saw the footage and he didn't blame the agent. He blamed David. He said, David is not welcome here anymore. I fired the security team because they lied to the owner and said that I did something wrong or maybe something legal. I don't know. So it wasn't the agent. It was David. And
Gotcha.
It's kind of, and the owner, that's what he said. He saw the footage of what happened.
Gotcha. So Ray Zero says, Brent, what's your thoughts on Diddles the Clown? LMAO.
Who's that?
Apparently, that's Henry. That's what Rican and his group of cohorts call Henry now, and it's about the situation involving Henry's daughter. So now they call him Diddles the Clown.
So this is regarding Henry's daughter? I don't quite understand.
Do you know the history about Henry's daughter? Because Henry talked about it.
I know Rican said that he wanted to take pictures of her at an ice cream shop or something. I think is that it?
No, so something happened with his daughter a long time ago, which is like part of like the whole thing that he's going through with like, his ex stuff. So basically, in a nutshell, the daughter made a claim that somebody had harmed her, and it was a person who was related to the child. I believe it was the father-in-law, and they went to the doctors, they did tests, they did an investigation, they found nothing was done. But ever since the fallout with Rican, they have been using that to label Henry Diddles the Clown, Diddles basically being P. Diddy, like comparing to P. Diddy. So that's what they're asking, is your thoughts on the whole Diddles the Clown thing. But I think Ray was kind of trolling, but
I don't know. I can't comment on. I don't know what that is. I know Rican and Henry, they have I think Rican's just pissed off at Henry, and I think that's why there's issues there. I don't know what this is. I've seen like the AI art of Henry looking like a clown or whatever. I think is that somewhat related to that? I don't know.
Yeah, that's what it's related to. The whole situation.
Okay. I can't really comment on that. I can only comment on Henry, what he's done with me. I can't comment on what. All I know is that Rican, that comment about him and the dog, it's just not appropriate. I mean, it's just not appropriate behavior.
Yeah,
that's all I know. I don't know. I don't know.
I'm going to ask you too, because I know Rican's brought your name up a few times.
Oh, has he?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He's brought your name up a few times. Like, look what they did to Brent. Look what they did to Brent. Do you feel that you and Rican got the same treatment in Henry's community, or do you feel like Rican definitely had it coming and you're not at all comparing yourself to the same. Like, you're not looking at Henry's community like they're all crazy, toxic psychos and they're freaking bullies or everything like that. Are you feeling the same way that you think Henry treated Rican is the same way that they're treating you?
Because what Rican did, I mean, it's just kind of like not appropriate behavior. I mean, I think Henry was quite lenient to allow Rican back on. You know, it's just there's a difference, and I don't feel that me and Rican were comparable. I mean, I don't know. I feel like people on social media in general, I mean, this is nothing new to me. Like, this level, when people don't like your opinion, they find ways, they just result to insults, or, you know, it's just part of social media. I don't know if Rican understands that. I don't know, but it's just kind of like, it comes with the territory. When you speak your mind and you have opinions that people don't like, Rican, I don't know if he understands. I don't know. So I don't. But what he's done is just kind of like so out of line. Like the comment about the daughter and the taking the picture. I don't. To me, I would not allow that person back on any platform that I own. That's just me. But yeah, we're not comparable in my opinion. Not at all.
Gotcha. Because I know he's brought you up a few times, and
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's basically kind of said like, look at Brent. Brent's better than everybody, and all this stuff. And then I'm just like, y'all two are not the same, because Brent would not come on here freaking out, and he's not bad mouthing Henry like that and saying some crazy stuff. But that whole beef
Right.
between them is between them. But I'm just
Right.
sitting there like, I wanted to know your thoughts, because I know you kind of been watching a little bit and stuff, and I don't know how much you've been following the Rican saga, but your name has definitely been mentioned by so many people. It's like it's like crazy, because between you and Rican, I'm sitting here like, everyone in the chat was like, I'd rather have Rican. He's more entertaining. He crashes out. I'm like, yeah, but I kind of do miss Brent. I know y'all hate me for saying this. You're mad. I kind of miss Brent being there, because he did have opinions that people were going at him about too, in the same way, but it was just different because his reactions wasn't like immediate crash out. You can at least have the conversation with Brent, whether you like it or not. You can't have the conversation with Rican though. I get it.
Right,
Listen,
because
I get
he
it, guys.
freaks out. Like
I get it.
he's more entertaining because it's easier to argue with Rican, because a lot of the stuff he's saying is just kind of like, the picture of the daughter. I don't know. That's not appropriate. The stuff with Renee. No. She was a little too nice with him, in my opinion. Because I would not have the patience to deal with that. So, to me, I understand the social media. It's easy to say an opinion behind a computer screen, type behind a keyboard. So not to let that get to me, because I understand that people get emotional. So I just say my opinion, and then people, you can see it in the comments that you post up on the screen. Like, people say what they want, and I take into account, but it's not like I let it like affect me to the point where I'm going to crash out and like act all irrational. That's not how I do things. So I think me and Rican were different in that aspect. So I don't know how we're comparable.
Gotcha. Well, speak of the devil, because that man always in my DMs. He said, like, listen, Rican, I know you're watching. No, he don't want to talk to you, bro. I think out of everyone, Answer has a better chance of coming up on this stream to talk to Brent than you do right now. And he don't even want to talk to Answer. So he definitely don't want to talk to you. He's like, he's basically messaged me wanting to talk, and then he's like, no, you guys are talking about me. I want to come on. I'm like, no, it's not about you. We're just asking questions. Like, I can't ask questions because Rican, you brought him up plenty of times and he never was around to answer. So he's here now giving his answer. So you got his answer. He told you he don't fucks with you in the most nicest way, because I've never heard you really swear. So I'll say it for you. He don't fuck with you, Rican, unless you want to say it yourself, Brent. I'm not gonna speak for you, but I figured I've never heard you swear, so.
Right. I mean, I don't what he did to Renee. I don't appreciate like because I heard what he said to like the Renee the recording. I just I can't saying that you have a recording on someone that's just not appropriate, and it's just not the picture of the I don't find that appropriate. And I know he said some good things, like he felt that the band was nonsense and stuff. I guess that's a good thing, but it's just kind of like, yeah, I don't agree with that. And there are other people who have said things to me, much worse things in my opinion, where they've asked me to come on their platform, and I refuse to. But I don't want to, get into that. But yeah.
No, I got you.
Regan's not the only one. He's not the only one, so.
He's not the only one. Uh-oh, he ain't the only one. Nah, Brett, I'm surprised you. It's been 3 hours. We still going. I mean, that's nighttime now. When we started, it was daytime. Now, are you in your car?
Yes. So, I couldn't get home, and so, but I knew that you want to do it today, so I was like, okay, I'll just hop in the car and just speak on the phone.
Oh,
like
no,
I usually do.
It. No, I definitely appreciate it. No, I don't want to. I don't want to keep you because I don't really have any other questions because, like I said, we danced around circles with a lot of topics, but there was some things that I wanted to pick your brain about because, again, you've been gone for so long, and I know there's been so much going on. I wanted to know what your thoughts are with the Aaron stuff, which we covered. We talked about the past stuff. We got your feelings on the whole banishment from Henry's channel. We got the answer of Henry ain't going to give you an apology anytime soon, or if any at all. And then we got the answer of he's not going to come back until he gets the apology. And if he's not going to get one, well, I guess y'all got the answer. Y'all he ain't going to come back.
Yeah, I mean, Henry has the right to run his channel as he sees fit. I mean, that's never an issue, but there's some certain level of respect that most people enough self-respect to know, because I understand social media could get rough. I've been on Henry's channel. People call me all sorts of names, threats of violence, constant pushback, and I continue to show up because I understand social media. There's a certain level of you can't expect things to be like quote unquote real life, but when someone is using your presence and then saying, "Oh, come back! Someone's paying me more money. Please come back, Brent, so I can use your presence." There are lines that need to be drawn, and I think Henry knows this, but he thinks he can get away with it, which is his right.
I'm curious to know who's going to pay for you to come back, though. I'm curious who's going to pay for you to come. Like, I'm just sitting here, like, of all the people that paid for you, God, who was the one person who was going to get?
I think it was Dust Productions. And I was like, "Yep." I was.
That's for you. Sorry.
It's because it's going to be that we've already it's because Ray wanted specifically to discuss the ban, and we already with these same people. I already discussed it with them, and it's going to be the same old. And I want an opportunity to let Ray know without disruption. That is why. But those people who want to come up, I already spoke with them when they rudely interrupted a stream that was supposed to be about Star Wars, and I entertained them. So I don't need to entertain them again. So to answer Dustin's question, it would have been the same old, JDF wasn't formally charged. How dare you accuse me of lying about Walter? It's the same old. It's the same cycle. And I've already addressed them. And I wanted to use this opportunity for Ray to hear without interruption. And that is why I didn't want to let anybody to come up.
Gotcha. And Jimmy, thanks for the $5. I don't know what you're saying sorry for, but you are forgiven.
I don't know, Jimmy. I don't know what he's. But okay.
I don't know. I have no idea what he's apologizing for. I'm like I said, I'm trying to go through the chat to make sure I'm getting, you know, some people who are asking questions and stuff and have some good points to make, you know. Hold on a second. Is this one? I love how we can totally disregard the despicable things someone has said only if someone worse says something even worse. What the fuck kind of logic is that? I feel like that was a comment about something we talked about earlier. I'm sorry, y'all. I had a long day. I had a long day. Word to the wise, I should not be allowed at funerals. I was not very conscious of where I was because I hadn't seen people for a long time. And it was my sister's, you know, my sister's side, her family, and I haven't seen some people in a long time. And we were nerding out about video games, and I was venting about Final Fantasy. And I was talking about the recent game I played, how I didn't care about the characters who died. And I was going on a rant like, I didn't care that you died. I didn't invest in you. And I said it loud. And I'm like, I'm at a funeral, and but there's no context given. So people around me who are probably hearing me like, I hope they're not talking about the dead person that's 2 feet away from them. Like, I was like, I should not go to funerals, y'all. I should not be going to funerals. I had no self-awareness of where I was when I was ranting about, I don't care if that person died. I didn't invest time in this character, and they weren't in my party, and I didn't level them up and put our accessories and stuff on them. Then I realized I shouldn't be saying this out loud. I am at a funeral, guys. It was pretty bad. So I had a long day. I had a very long day. Jimmy, that's not no, Jimmy. I'm gonna have to give you your $5 back for that one. No, we're not talking about Brent would not be the one that would be accused of being kids. I think you got the wrong person in that situation. This is not somebody else who we've talked about in the past. This is not that person that we don't talk about anymore. But no. So Ray Zero says, so what you're saying is that on the other channel, you entertain them like a monkey entertains a circus dance, monkey dance. I'm confused. Do you feel like you would entertain over there?
I think so. This was More Phenomenal Expo. They had a stream. It was on May 4th. So we were talking about Star Wars. And I think it was Sean Ria. He brought up the ban. This was the topic of the channel, of this stream. You asked me to talk about the ban, so Sean Ria just brought it up out of the blue, and I was like, "Oh God, okay, I'll address it this one time," and then so a bunch of people started coming up, and then it just went all different directions, addressing all these topics about the ban and stuff, and then it got kind of out of hand, and then apparently the stream was deleted. So yeah, I just answered the question once, hopefully, and then that's why I felt, what's the point? Like, I've already addressed it to them. It's going to be a repeat of the same thing over and over again, and I want you to know from me without disruption. So
no, I
don't know. Yeah.
No, I appreciate that. Brent, have you ever thought about starting your own YouTube channel?
I view YouTube as social media, as entertainment. I do not want to get involved in that. And I personally have no interest in doing that. That's just me.
Gotcha.
I just don't find the interest.
You don't think you would start your own channel to have your own voice? That way you're not having to feel like you're being censored or anything? Because like you could start your own channel.
Right. And whether my voice, whether someone bans me or not, my voice, I have the confidence that my voice matters whether someone bans me from a YouTube channel or not. Let me be very clear. Like, the only reason I'm speaking out about Henry because I'm being asked about it.
Yeah, because I did tell you in the email. I said, I wanted to talk about your feelings on the banning because you have
So I'm not here. I'm not complaining like, oh my God, like my voice is being censored. No. My voice, regardless if Henry bans me, whatever he does, my voice, I have confidence in what I have to say. That is why I don't get flustered when people come after me like the way Rican does, because my voice is not censored just because someone bans me from a YouTube channel. The only reason I talk about my opinion is because I'm being asked. That is why I address it. But no ban is gonna silence my opinion, my voice. So I don't I what Henry did was disrespectful, but I'm only telling you that because I'm being asked about it. I don't feel that my voice is autumn. I'm being silent. Oh my God, he banned me from the channel. So my voice, oh my God, it's oh my God, no. You have to have the confidence in what you believe in, and not let what other people do affect that. So I don't feel my voice is not censored as a whole, is not censored just because he banned me from his channel. And my voice, obviously, I can't speak on my voice on his channel is censored, but my voice as a whole, I don't feel I don't feel less inclined to speak out just because he did that. Hopefully that answers your question. And I don't have a YouTube channel because it's just something I'm not interested in doing. It's just not something the only reason I have a YouTube channel is to upload videos so it's easier to send to people. That's why I use have a YouTube channel. Other than that, it's just not interesting to me. So
I gotcha. Oh my God, Jimmy, Jimmy, how are you gonna give me more money and then said refund? I'm dead. Stop it, Jimmy. Stop it. You know what you said. I see you. I see the comments. Stop it. Behave yourself. Be good. People are demanding let answer in, let Dust in. I mean, I feel like Dust would be better, but again, it's up to you. I'm only answering the questions from the chat. We discussed it. I don't think he wants to talk to answer. But what about Dust? Would you talk to Dust if Dust wanted to come on?
I mean, I just want to keep it between you because I know Dust has been more civil, and I think when Dust had that screenshot of Zachary Taylor McGinnis, I thought that Dust, it was like AI or something, or he made it up, and I was like, oh my God, what are you doing? I know we're joking around, but this is appalling. If you made this up, it needs to be removed immediately. But he informed me about Zachary Taylor McGinnis, and what Zachary Taylor McGinnis said is absolutely disgusting. And I saw him at MetrothemCon, and I ignored. He walked behind me, and I ignored him because apparently I was the only customer in that entire con. Because all his clients, they weren't seeing any customers, and I was the only one there. But I wasn't seeing any of the guests that he brought there. So, if it wasn't for Dust bringing up that deleted tweet, then I would be supporting Zach without knowing what he did, his disgusting behavior. So, but the reason why I want to keep it between you and me is because I don't know if I let him on, then other people want to come on. So maybe I think he knows how to contact me if he wants to, if there's something he wants to say. But yeah, for tonight, we'll just keep it between you and me.
Gotcha. You guys got your answer. I told you that I will ask, but yeah, that's the answer. But Dust also said he's got a big interview tomorrow. So he I don't think he could come on. Even if you want to. He said he's got a big interview tomorrow. But yeah, no, Dust was the one who said, get Brent on. And I said, okay, I'll get Brent on. And here's Brent. Like I said, even Rican hit me up. He said he's got your suit ready. Are you ready to be part of the Ninjetti, Brent? Are you ready to be a Power Ranger? He's going to make you a Power Ranger. Are you ready?
Oh my God. I mean, saving Power Ranger, it's just unbelievable. I mean, it's nice to fantasize because sometimes reality you can't be. Sometimes you need to fantasize, but I think saving Power Rangers when Hasbro couldn't even do it, I think it's kind of far-fetched.
Yeah, I mean, Anthony said you could be part of the grid. You don't want to be part of the grid. You don't want to be He's got your suit. You're ready to go. Wait, hold on. Let me see. He sent a picture. I don't know what suit it is. Which suit? Which AI suit is this one now? It is.
Oh my god.
Hold on, I gotta see it. I don't know. Apparently, it looks like a bear. A bear. I don't know. Is that a bear or a tiger? I'm confused. I don't know. But it's somebody. He posted a thing and said, somebody said, I want to see Brent on Rican's channel. And then he said, your suit is ready. He has the suit. It's a little teddy bear. It's actually cute, actually. It's actually a cute little teddy bear image. But yeah, it's an orange suit. And he's ready for you to suit up. Are you ready to help him save Power Rangers, Brent?
Oh my god. He is, I mean...
Oh, it's a wombat. I don't know. I didn't know it was a wombat. My bad.
I don't know. But yeah, I'm not, interested in that. So...
I'm just saying, he got a suit for me, he got a suit for you, he got a suit for Francis. We all gonna be Power Rangers, and then we're gonna be going after Diddles the Clown is gonna be the bad guy, and we're all gonna fight Diddles the Clown.
Oh my god! Wow.
I don't know if that part's true, Brent. I just know that he's got a suit for everybody apparently.
I honestly don't know this Diddle the Clown. I can't really comment on this. I mean, I see the AI, it's quite convincing, but it's kind of like that's the extent in which I know what's going on. So I don't know this Diddles the Clown thing. I don't know.
Deoxy says, "Why is Brent the wombat? He ain't even Australian." I don't know. I'm the honey badger, so I don't know. I do not know. Oh, you corrected the spelling. I don't know, but he's the wombat, and I'm a honey badger. So that's the animals that we get. We don't get to pick up. The power picks us.
Right, of course.
Well, he said the Ninjetti's coming for you now. He heard what you said, Brent. He said, the Ninjetti's coming for you. Are you ready for the Ninjetti formation? They're coming for you now, Brent. KOD, they're coming for you, Brent. Are you ready?
I mean, when will Rican has to, having a match is important, but the stuff with Renee and then taking the pictures, did he ever acknowledge how inappropriate that was?
No.
Yeah, and it's kind of like I just don't want to be a part. Those things. Yeah. I'll just leave it there.
Are you gonna watch his channel when he starts talking about you now? Because he's probably gonna respond. Are you gonna watch now and see what he says, or do you not care?
If it comes up, I might take a peek, but I'm not gonna be actively looking for it. So I don't,
Gotcha. I'm just curious because he already said he's watching. He's typing as we speak in my DMs, and he's like, "I'm ready to go." Because I keep the contact open because he's entertaining for me. He's entertaining for me, and he knows that. But he for some reason, I've done so many streams about him and made money off of him, and he still apparently wants to talk to me. So hey, it is what it is. But he's definitely watching. He's responding because he's just like he's so excited to see Brent. He said, your suit's ready. Then he heard what you said, and he changed his tune real quick.
He has to know, that it's just the thing with Renee. It's just kind of like, oh my god, what? He has to understand, I don't want to be a part of, maybe I'm being too strict. I don't know, but it's kind of like, if he didn't acknowledge, doesn't understand that behavior is not appropriate. He's allowed. I'm just saying I don't want to be a part of that. I'm not going to be too critical about it, but it's kind of like,
gotcha. I don't wish that on him. I don't wish that. I don't wish.
Who's Ian Connors?
Somebody who is part of Rican's group now. I think the less you know, the better, Brent. Because did he appear on Renee's channel before? Yes, he did. He did actually. I think he was that his first appearance? Yes. I think I know. Because he argued with you, and then about the pictures, and then he compared it with my when someone threatened me with violence. He compared the two, and it's kind of like I get what he's saying, and it's kind of like I don't. This is going to be on Henry's channel anyway, so I'll just say it. It's kind of like
both would be banned. Because Rican would be banned, Drew would be banned, in my opinion, because that's just, it's just they're both inappropriate. Like that's just me. Henry allows both of them back on his channel, and he's allowed to do that. But for me, I have a different viewpoint. But that I think that's what we discussed, right? So
yeah, I think that was a one and done though for Henry. I think he just wanted to, because at some point, again, I think he just got tired of the constant shit talking and being like, all right, I'm here now, what you got to say to me? And then that happened. So I think it's a one and done. Jimmy said, ask how much what? I feel like I missed something. But yeah, y'all are bugging with your comparisons. That's a crazy comparison. I don't know, when it comes to Rican and you, I feel like it's a man, Henry's community is just like, F both of y'all, but I'm sorry. I would take Brent over Rican at this point. At least I can sit here and have a conversation and he's not yelling at me. Brent's not screaming and yelling at me and saying I'm a trash YouTuber, okay? I take the lesser of evils, y'all. I vote the lesser of evil. The lesser of evil. I don't think you're evil. Like I said, I've had my opinions, but I haven't been as active on the channel because Henry sometimes streams late and I had to work and stuff. But I've watched and I haven't had much like opinions that make me hate you. But yeah, that's why I was like, no, this is fun. I'm glad Dust recommended it because yeah, softball questions. I'm asking the hard questions because the chat's asking them. I just don't have hard questions because again, I there's a lot of stuff I wasn't there for, and a lot of the people in the chat were. So both are attention seekers. I would say, see, okay, I'm gonna play devil's advocate. Don't come for me. Y'all could be mad, but don't come for me. I'm just playing devil's advocate. I'm taking the feelings, facts over feelings aside. Now, the facts of the matter is, right, if Brent was as big of an attention seeker, right, I feel like he would have done the same kind of thing that other people would do, which is make his own channel, talk about it constantly. But also, I feel like if he really was that much of an attention seeker, I feel like he would just outpay the people paying Henry just to get back on the platform because Henry's channel is popping. I feel like kind of slumming it here with me versus going over to Henry's would be maybe top priority as far as like wanting the attention, because I feel like he would be over Henry's trying to find a way to get back on the show if he wanted the attention as bad as the latter. You know what I'm saying? And that's just my personal opinion. I feel like that would be, kind of more of a thing.
Right. And you asked me to come up on here to give an opinion. Every opinion I have given is in response to a question that you propose or a comment that you post on my screen. So this notion that I'm seeking attention when my opinion is being sought after, and the same people who are making these accusations continue to look for my opinion, even though they claim that they don't want me to hear my voice. It's quite funny. Yes, so that's my response to, I don't know who wrote that, but it's kind of like I'm being asked to answer certain questions. I'm being asked to give my opinion on certain things. And on other platforms, I get ambushed and I still address them, and I still get accused of looking for attention. I don't understand it, but that's just social media. These people that when they don't address what you have to say, they say you're looking for attention, you're obsessed, you're this, you're that, and that's just another example of that. So I don't know who sent that, but that's just my response.
Yeah. Answer wants to know why you're looking at his Instagram page.
What?
Answer wants to know why you're looking at his Instagram page.
I probably like when I go on Instagram, there's a bunch of, I probably clicked on it. But that's probably what happened. But I'm not like looking on there daily. I think I've done that a couple times, and I don't know. I have no explanation.
Of course, Rican's live watching this because he wants to talk to Brent so bad. I don't know why he wants to talk to you so bad, but um that is hilarious. No, I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna report his channel. Like they have every right to have their opinion. Like they can stream snipe. I don't care. I'm not bothered by it. I'm not gonna report him. That's crazy. You know, I would. I don't want to. I don't want to censor him and silence him. He has a right to have an opinion on the content. He was mentioned, so that would be kind of sleazy to report him for responding to us mentioning him. You know, I get what you're saying, but like I don't really care what they really got to say when it comes down to it.
Right,
Yeah, I
right,
could just make a content tomorrow. Like I haven't talked about Rick in a while, so he kind of broke the treaty there. He broke the treaty.
right. And it's fair for him to discuss
Thank you, Jimmy.
what we're discussing. I don't feel comfortable going on that because the stuff he said about the daughter and then the way he treated Renee. Yeah, I mean, even though I think Ian, I do understand where he's coming from when it comes to the double standard of Rican versus when I was threatened. I mean, there's a double standard there, but it's kind of like we've already addressed it, so it's kind of like I just don't want to talk about that, but yeah, he's allowed to have an opinion. I mean, we shouldn't try to cancel or censor people because they have a different opinion than us. That's just not.
Y'all are wild. I'm not. Y'all want me to ask him that question? That's crazy. I'm not gonna ask that question. I don't care about his sex life, y'all. Y'all should need to let it go. Look at his face when I said it. He's like, "What?" They're asking you if you get girls, and I'm like, bro, that's crazy. Don't answer that. I'm gonna say that. Don't answer that. It's not anyone's business, guys. Stop. Don't ask him that. That's crazy. That's crazy. At least not publicly. I'm not gonna ask him that publicly. Y'all can speculate, but hey, he's a gentleman. Don't kiss and tell, Brent. Don't kiss and tell. Do not kiss and tell. You keep that to your chest. No, you don't owe anyone to answer about that. Stop. No. Bad Arrow. Was it Arrow? Who said it? Bad Ray Zero. It's not Arrow. See, I blame the wrong person. Sorry, Arrow. It's Ray Zero. Bad. And Diabolical, you in trouble for that too, saying I second that question. No. Yeah, don't answer that. You can laugh about it, but do not answer that. That's crazy. That's crazy. But yeah, I don't know what else to talk about with you. I think we covered everything for the most part. And you've been sitting in your car for 3.5 hours, Brent. So I don't got nothing.
Right. And I appreciate you being cordial. I mean, it's just, and you set boundaries with people, and that's just, I appreciate that because I more from Public Expo, they do a good job, but maybe they made a mistake to veer off topic, and I think they realized that, and with this channel you set boundaries, and I do appreciate that.
I gotta respect the guests. I don't want to, like I said, I know a lot of people want to come on, I get it, but it's I always have to ask permission because I just don't want to open floodgates, and I don't want you to feel ganged up on or cornered. And I get like a lot of people in the chat, I ask the questions y'all want me to. It's just I don't, I gotta respect what the guest wants. I did invite him, so I gotta be a good host, y'all. Okay. You guys can yell at me later for it. I know they're gonna be like, you should have dropped the link. And I'm gonna be like, God, listen, I always get told I should do this and that, but I'm like, I gotta give everyone the same. I do it for Rican. I ask Rican, can this person come on? And if he always says yes, and then when I bring people on, then he gets mad and says, "Oh, why are you bringing these people on? You told me I could."
Right. And I've already spoken to all these people at some point about the same topics, and it's kind of like you're paying you want me silenced, yet you want to talk to me. It's kind of confusing to me, but it's kind of like, why? We already had a discussion when you rudely ambushed me during my talk about Star Wars. I mean, why do you want to talk about me again? Are you trying to silence me? I mean, I don't understand it. we already had the discussion about the ban, and it's going to be the same circle over and over again. And we've already addressed it once, and it was so out of, you guys were so out of control that the stream was not posted, and I don't blame them, you know. So that is why, and so whoever want to come up, it's going to be the same circle over and over again. So I appreciate Ray for having this discussion. It's good that I chose to be here. So
No, I appreciate it. But if there's nothing else, I think I got in the super chat. Because guys, I have to pee. I've had to pee this whole time. Thank you, Jimmy, for the $2. You're awesome. You're awesome, Jimmy. And I didn't say that because you gave me money. Because you know, you would say some crazy stuff I couldn't highlight, bro. It's like I can't highlight those comments. But yes. Well, somebody says you wasn't even talking about Star Wars. You could have easily ignored the question. I mean, I'm again playing the devil's advocate. I'm the type of person, I always read the chat no matter what stream I'm on. And I can't help myself sometimes but to address some things, especially if it's directed at me. Even like people will talk shit to me in chat and I'll be like, hold on, let me get that comment. Ray Zero, fuck you. And I'll go in on that person in the chat. I have that bad habit too, man. Sometimes you read the chat and you want to respond, so you kind of like you choose the fight or flight. I'm like, I'm choosing to fight.
Right. And I mentioned that because that is why I'm not letting these people keep it between us, because I already addressed these people.
Okay, Brent, keep
that
talking.
Is why I
I'm
mentioned that.
Pee. Yeah, keep talking. I'm gonna pee. I gotta pee. So
right. So that's why I mentioned that, because I already addressed the same issue before, so there's no need to do it again. I chose to respond, and I did, and I got the people came in, and I respond to every single one of them, and I don't know why I need to do that again. So that is why I mentioned that. I could choose not to, but I did. So, and I already responded to every single one of them. So why do it again?
I'm coming. Oh my god, I dropped my freaking thing. Hold on. Okay, sorry. I was like, I can't hold it anymore. I have to go to the bathroom so bad, dude. I was like, I can't. Y'all are killing me. I had to go. I'm so sorry. I've been having to go since I started like 2 hours ago. I had to go, man. I had to go. Dust Productions for $10. Apparently, Recon does not agree with you, Brent. He's upset you are not on his stream. Hi, Recon, by the way. Sorry to tell you, Recon, I am working on content not about you. Brent, keep talking. Oh yeah, somebody said, oh yeah, he's stream sniping right now. He's watching the stream because I told you he watches everything. So I'm not surprised. So like I said, when he first was watching, he called me on Instagram, but my phone was muted, so I didn't get the call. And then I checked my messages real quick, and I saw he messaged me, and he was like, tell Brent his suit's ready. And he's over there saying like, come over here and talk to me, or I'm gonna have to expose you. And I'm like, that's not how you get Brent to come on. Like, if I said, Brent, come on my show, or else I'm gonna expose you, Brent's gonna tell me absolutely not.
Right. It's kind of like, I came on your channel because I watch your other content. Yeah, I mean, not all of it, like not every single minute, but I watch your content, and it's kind of like, okay, we're going to disagree on a lot of things, but we can have a cordial conversation. And that's how it played out. You disagreed on a number of things, but you're respectful. And Rican, I mean, I don't agree with, let me just put it this, I don't agree with the stuff he has said. And I feel he needs to address it. That's just my opinion. I'm that's just how I feel about that. So
I think he's upset because I think he thought y'all were the same, and I think he thought that you would, you know, come to his side because if he has you, it's weird, right? Because dude, it's like he wants you over there because if he has you, he's got like one of the other major notable figures over that was on Henry's channel, and he wants you over there. That's why he's trying to call you to go over there and click the link and go on his show so he can address you. And I'm like, but he's not going to. I know he's not going to. I think he's upset you came here and not to him. Well, I invited
right,
you.
because I already like what he said about the picture thing, the thing with Renee. I mean, I know Renee is more forgiving, but I find the record. I just I don't like when people do things like that. And I hope he'll address it because it's just
I mean,
I
he
don't
did
agree with
address
it.
it. What he addressed was that he had that call. His whole argument, the counter argument with Renee, was that she illegally recorded him. So he doesn't really address what was said. He just says it was illegally recorded. And then the picture thing was saying that it was taken out of context, that he had mentioned that somebody else said that they can get pictures of Henry's kid. And I said, well, why don't you think that in itself is weird? But he said, well, you guys keep taking what I said out of context. So that's basically the explanation he has been giving.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, yeah. I mean, yeah, yeah. And a lot of this, if I were to go on that channel, it'd be a lot of it would be a repeat anyway. So, I think you cover a lot. I think a lot of the questions Rican would ask me, I think you already addressed it. So I think he could use that as content, I guess. I mean, we'll
Yeah, I
just,
mean,
you know.
he was watching, and I went to the bathroom real quick and I played a little bit because I was curious, and he kind of made a comment about how, you know, well, you should, you know, you're saying stuff, you should come over here, and I'm just like, oh man, he went from excited to see you to like F Brent, like holy
Right, and I'm sorry, like I don't agree with like
No, I know you said it many times. You don't agree with it. And that's just like I said. That's just like a little bit because there was so much. Because you've been gone for a while, just like I was. There was so much that was said. A lot of threats being made. You want to talk about physical violence? Like I know what you're referring to. That situation with Drew. I remember that stream. That was pretty iconic. It was the first time I ever seen you get like actually like really upset. I'm like, yo, Brent's actually mad right now. He's like, did you just threaten me with violence? That's a clip too. Like that's the clip.
I know that's a clip, and I know people they make like light of that. I understand social media, but if let's just say you were to, I don't know where you guys are located, New let me see, LaGuardia Airport. If you threaten certain workers, there's penalties. I'm not saying that I would do that or I deserve some special treatment or whatever, but it's kind of like outside of the social media context that those things are taken very seriously. People have come up to me and said if that was said in a public context in person, you have to be prepared for retaliation, you know. And I asked him that because, and he said, yes, I am. And it was concerning to me, but it's kind of like, I try to view social media and most people would be like, oh, he doubled down. He's serious. But I decided to give him another chance. And I think a lot of people got to him, and I accepted his apology, but it doesn't mean people don't get to dictate what that means.
But he did
When it comes to
apologize,
accepting
right?
an apology. Yeah, I
Right.
accepted his apology. That means I'm not gonna. There are people who would pursue the legal route, which is not some. They would have done it after he said yes, but that's not something I'm interested in doing. But um, just so he doesn't have to worry about any legal thing. It's just. But am I inclined to join his channel? Probably not. But yeah, that's my position on that. It was an unfortunate situation, but yeah, that's I don't want to make light of it too much because it's yeah, I was upset. Yeah, that was real. That wasn't just drama. I was upset, but
No, I
he
gotcha.
apologized, and that's that.
No, I gotcha. I mean, like I said, I know Drew. I know a lot of these people. I know that they're good people. I know that the difference is like people. I always say this, and I think it's kind of a true statement. A lot of people will find they have more in common with each other than they have differences. Like some people will be mad at somebody for one thing that they very much disagree on, but then the common interests are a lot more. And I feel like again, I get both sides of the whole situation that people have with you. I understand like your thoughts and feelings on things. And I do say that we've disagreed on stuff, but I feel like sometimes sometimes in certain situations I think proper communication can solve a lot of people's issues, but there are a lot of people who are like blinded by rage. And I'm not saying this about the chat. I'm mostly talking about somebody who's stream sniping me right now. Stop it. It's not that deep. It's not that deep. The fact that he thought that you were going to be on this team, I was like, I don't know Brent enough but I do know that Brent would definitely stay as far away from that as possible. No, I'm not going to interview the Annabelle doll. I don't want to be
Annabelle.
cursed. You guys are crazy. Yeah, Dust did his channel started as a paranormal channel.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, so he's talking about paranormal stuff. He's making a video, and we're not gonna do no Annabelle dolls because no, you know about the Annabelle doll, right?
I don't.
So
I don't.
it's a cursed doll. Apparently, they made movies about it. There's a movie called Annabelle. They made a movie about it, and it's a cursed doll, which is supposed to be possessed by a demon, and it's a very scary tale. But yeah, I'm not doing no. I'm very superstitious, so no. I believe in that stuff. I do. Spirits are real. I'm telling you, they are real. Especially if you believe in them, they're very real.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I've never heard of that. Whatever that.
If you do scary movies, it might be up your alley. It's a very scary movie, but I
Okay.
don't know if you do scary movies. So what's going? I guess like the only thing I say, what's for the future? What does Brent's future look like? Since you're not, since you're not, since
Oh,
you're
I
not
don't want to
on
disclose
Instagram.
too much because I know.
Are you doing anything fun? Oh, you said disclose too much. That means you got something going on. You got something fun going on.
I mean, I'll just say that. I mean, yeah, I'll just keep that. I don't want to. People. You never know, so I'll just keep that silent.
Oh, that's so vague. That's so vague.
I
you got
know, but if I say something and then it might, you never know. So I try to keep
you got some
some
projects
things.
coming up.
I guess some things need to be kept private. I mean, I don't. I don't.
Now I'm curious. I'm sitting here like you got some project going on. Oh, are we gonna see Brent in a super suit?
Super suit. Oh my god.
Are we gonna see Brent in a super suit anytime soon?
Diabolical.
Oh my goodness. He's gonna travel to conventions and tennis matches. This is Chad. Chad says,
I mean,
do tennis matches.
I mean, people already know. I think you disclosed about heirloom, right? And then, people already know. I mean,
I know Heirloom seemed excited. I don't know if I didn't know if I was supposed to say Heirloom if it was a secret. I'm sorry.
well, you
sorry.
already disclosed it, so it's already out. I mean, I'm not going to disclose like any more than that.
I wasn't asking because like I didn't ask like what the heck is Brent doing out there, but I thought it was nice that you guys got to meet up, and it was like I said, it was nice to see You alive? I was like, it's nice to see
Oh, you
proof
know
of
where he
life.
is?
No, I have no idea where he is. I don't think
Okay.
I don't even think he disclosed where he is.
No, so I'll let him do that for himself.
Yeah,
Like if
I just saw
whatever he feels
you.
comfortable.
Yeah, I just saw you and thought, oh, he's alive. Proof
Oh, he
of
showed
life
the picture or what?
of you two together.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we took that.
Yeah, no, that's what I said. Yeah, like it was cute. I was like, oh, look at Brent looking like he's like not giving a flying crap about all this shit. Dust Productions $2. Has Brent ever cosplayed? Ooh.
Cosplayed. Did I ever cosplay? I think I have. I'm trying to remember. Did I ever? I think I have. I'm trying to remember which con I cosplayed in. God, I'm trying to remember. At a convention, I don't think so. I don't think I cosplayed now. I wore like the yellow ranger like sweater, but that's not cosplay. That's
Nah,
just
that doesn't count
like
as cosplay. Yeah.
like a fan sweater, but not really cosplay. I can't think of any. Yeah, I can't think. No, I've never cosplayed. Um, so yeah.
Okay, well, there's answer to the question. Um, yeah, so Aaron posted it in a public Discord, so we blame Aaron. If anything leaks, it's Aaron's fault.
He posts on about of what?
He posted that he was with you and where you guys
Oh,
were.
okay,
I guess.
yeah. He's allowed to. I mean,
He posted where you
yeah. I
guys
mean,
were too. Yeah, I don't know what Wimbledon. What Wimbledon? Is that how you say it? The hell is Wimbledon?
Wimbledon. What about it?
Oh, they were just saying like he posted that you guys were together and where y'all were, but he didn't say anything about what y'all were doing out there or where you were doing.
Okay. I'll let him like if there's anything that he discussed, I'll let him do that himself. Like if he wants to discuss that, that's up
What do
to.
you mean? I'm so curious. You're killing me. I'm like, you were out there, and now I'm like, yeah, because I didn't think about it because I remember where Aaron lives, and I'm like, wait, you were out there, but you do travel, so you do travel to cons and stuff. So I mean, I didn't even think. I thought you were just out there for a con or something. So you weren't out there
Well,
for
there was a con there, but yeah, I
Oh.
mean, I didn't attend like the full day or whatever. It's just like for like an hour or so. So
Wait, you went all the way out there for an hour?
no.
Con?
It was for something else. But yeah, there was a con there in that area, or not that area, but near there, around there. So
Ooh, okay. I'm curious now because I'm like, what the hell would Brent be doing out there? It wasn't. It was. So it wasn't a con. Oh, you were at some kind of What the hell do you call those things? Oh my god, not conventions, but shit. They do it for businesses where they have you travel, meet up with like the company. What the frick is it called? Oh my god, I'm drawing a blank, guys. Help me, Jesus. What the hell are those events called? Companies get people together. It's not called a convention. It's called a shit. What the hell is it called? Somebody help me. A conference. Oh, there we go. I got it. It's a conference. Ha! It took me a minute. I had to think about what the hell it was. It is a conference. Thanks, guys, for the help, by the way. You were at a conference. You were at a conference.
No. No. It wasn't for a conference. I mean, where I met Heirloom, it wasn't for a conference. It was for something else. But you could have Heirloom on if he could discuss whatever he wants to discuss. Bring him on. It'll be a good discussion.
Who?
We had quite a long one. I talked with him for hours. I mean,
Who? Heirloom?
Yeah, it was a great discussion. To discuss about all range of topics. I mean, I think basically all of them on here that were mentioned, and we seem to be aligned more than I thought. We'll just put it that way. I was like, wow. So
Yeah.
bring him on. He'll be a good guest.
Okay, I have things. Wait, what? Wow, Ray has never heard of Wimbledon. No, I haven't. I'm not as well versed in geography as everybody else. Would you say that Henry sent Brent on the peace conference? What?
What? I don't understand exactly what he means by that. What?
Oh, apparently Henry sent you on a peace conference. One of those peace conferences that they have. They send people for.
Huh? I don't. Sorry. I don't quite understand what that means.
I'm also confused, but it's also like almost 2 in the morning.
I'm unplugging my.
Yeah, Diabolicals, and unplugging my internet. She never heard of Wimbledon. No, dude, I don't know what to tell you. I'm not.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yes, I know. I mean, clearly it's in England because Heirloom is in England. So I don't know England very well. Sorry, my Harry Potter guys. That's all I know. Harry Potter. Harry Potter, the Prince Harry, Prince Charles. I don't know much about England. I know that they don't have guns. I know that the police don't carry guns. I know that they don't have a lot of sugar in their tea. I don't know what to tell y'all. I just know.
Well, I don't think they have people that do carry, but it's not like it's kind of complicated. Yeah. And then the sugar in the tea, they do. It's not put in. It's you have to put in yourself. I mean,
yeah, I know that like there's soft drinks, like there's sodas and stuff. My sister went out there once. She went out there a long time ago when she was like 19. She said that the biggest thing she noticed is that their sodas and their sweets aren't the same as it is out here. Like they don't have a lot of sugar in their products that we have out here. So it's a little bit different for the sugar intake in England.
For like the typical, like the popular stuff, yeah, but they also sell the same stuff over there as well. So like maybe some stuff is less, but I think they have a lot of the same stuff. So I don't know.
Oh, Wimbledon is where they have the tennis. I don't do tennis. I'm not. Do I look like I give a flying fart about tennis?
Venus and Serena Williams, they played a couple years ago. I think they're retired. I think.
Yeah, I think that's what he's referring to. But I'm like, I'm not into tennis. I know that who Venus and Serena Williams are. I just never seen it. When you leave Power Rangers, you go to the peace conference. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Oh, okay, I was confused. I'm like, wait, what? I forgot about that. So that's what they were talking about. Like, when you leave Power Rangers, you go to a peace conference with all the Power. Oh yeah, I remember that in Power Rangers. The peace conference that Amy, Trini, Kimberly, and the others went to the peace conference when they left the show.
I still don't understand how. I'm kind of confused.
Because you're not in the community, so you went to Henry sent you to the peace conference because you left. You're gone.
Oh, okay. So okay, I guess I don't know.
Oh, USA uses corn syrup and we use real sugar. That might make sense. It's like, yeah, we do use a lot of artificial stuff and that stuff. But yeah. All right, Brent, I'm going to let you get going. You've been on here for 4 hours, dude. I'll let you go back to No, I appreciate you for coming on. I'm, again, sorry y'all didn't get your chance to come on and yell at Brent and call him out. I mean, I put it on the screen. We talked. We had the conversation. But no, I appreciate you for coming on and being civil and answering the questions and being a good sport about it. And I figured you could handle it, people coming at you. So, I mean, I do appreciate it. But, Rican's waiting for you. He was waiting for you to click the link. I might click it. I might click it, guys. I don't know. He's got people on I don't want to talk to, but I might click the link. I might click it. Should I click the link, guys? If I go over there, should I click the link? I don't know. I don't want to be on cam. I don't want to be over there with the 2 other people, but.
No.
But yeah. But all right, I will let you go. I'm gonna end. So if you wanna get going, if there's anything you want to say before you go, I'll let you say it, and then I'm gonna do my outro because again, we've been on here for 4 hours. I don't want to keep you.
Okay. Yeah, it was a great stream, and thank you for being civil, and then I'm glad that I came on. I mean, it was, a good discussion, and I know this will be clipped, whether it's by you or by somebody else. So.
100%. You already know Henry, and everybody's already on top of that.
Right, and you're keeping the stream up, so because obviously it was the topic of of discussion was the ban, so it was fair game to answer those questions. It's not like it was thrust upon me, and then I had to make a decision whether to address it at that particular moment. It was I knew in advance, so I was a little more prepared. So yeah, it was a great discussion, and maybe you'll come back another time.
Gotcha. Yeah, no, definitely. Especially like I said, well, people are already offering to pay me to ban you. I'm like, nah.
Really? Oh my
Oh yeah,
gosh.
I'm telling you, they're definitely like wanting to get you. I think at this point it's a meme, though. I think it's
Is
really.
it a meme? I mean,
I think at this point it's a kind of a meme. I think some people maybe a little serious, but I feel like it's kind of being memed at this point. Like everyone's just gonna pay to keep you off platforms. It's crazy.
I mean,
Yeah, hey, you
wow.
can. You said earlier you're flattered. Like, man, I've never in my life I've been doing YouTube for like 3 years now, and I've never seen people give that much money to keep somebody off a platform.
Right. I mean, if you don't care about them, you turn the channel. You go to another channel. You turn the channel off. I don't. Be, my opinion runs counter. Whatever Henry was saying, it's a effective counter to it. I'm speculating that's why they don't like it. That's why they're paying. Whether it was with Rican, it's kind of like it's easy to dispute what he's saying. So, easier. So that's just my speculation. I don't know, but yeah, it's just kind of funny that they're paying money and then they still want to hear what I want to say, which is weird, but it's whatever.
Well, I look forward to seeing whatever brought you to Heirloom's neck of the woods. So I'm kind of interested to see that. But no, I appreciate you for coming on. Go, you've been in your car for like 4 hours. Go stretch your legs, get some food.
Yeah.
Don't go over to Rican's. He's really wanting you desperately to go over there. So have fun with that.
Really? Okay. Well, wow.
I mean, you do what you're gonna do. I just would
right.
recommend it because it's just gonna be a crazy conversation over there. But hey, you do what you gotta do.
I mean, we'll see.
All right, Brent. So you have a great night.
Sure. Thank you.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right. That was Brent. Wow. That was something. So, yeah, I guess that's it. That's the show. Thank y'all for being here. Damn, man. I was 4 hours with Brent. I was actually, I'm sitting here like, damn, I know y'all hate him, but I was like, damn, I kind of like Brent brings that out of people, man. I tell you. Oh man, that whole conversation. I really wanted to know the answers that I wanted to know, like, because I was gone, right? So I'm like, what does Brent think about the whole situation? Because I never really got his take on it, and I know y'all seen him in other channels, but like I haven't been following, so it was kind of nice to hear what he had to say about that. But we got the answer. Henry will not apologize to Brent, and Brent will not come back until he gets an apology. Will that ever happen? Henry says no, but you never know. The winds may blow. I don't know. Maybe somebody will outpay Answer and everybody and pay to have Brent come back. But he's saying he won't come back if he gets an apology. Now I'm curious to know if that's actually true, though. I want to know if somebody outpays Henry for that banning, if he actually would come up without the apology. I don't know. I feel like he should, just so he can go on Henry's platform and they can have that discussion on the platform with Henry. That's what I want to see. I want to see him with Henry on stream, on cam, talking about this and having Henry actually, have that discussion with him. I'm not gonna lie, I do want to see that because I feel like that's going to be an interesting conversation. To be a fly on the wall with those emails, though. But Henry said, I'll put him out there. I'm like, all right, well, Henry, you got your clips. You're welcome. See, Henry couldn't do it on his channel. He got the banning. So there you go. And I also want to say, because I know Rican's watching, Rican, I personally am not sitting here laughing at Brent, and again, y'all are not the same. There's no milking Brent for content for me. Okay, Dust said it was a recommendation to have him on, and I said, you know what, I'll try. I'm a neutral party when it comes to Brent and Henry. So, yeah, you two are not the same. Stop making it sound like you and him are on that same level, at least with me, because y'all are not. So, I'm just saying, just keeping it real. But all right, I'm gonna go, and y'all have a great rest of your night. I will see some of y'all on Discord. I'll hop in the VC if y'all want. Who would outpay me? Hey, I don't know. Answer. Somebody apparently said they would give Henry more money to have Brent come back. Apparently that was offered. So I don't know. But again, I am sorry. I know y'all wanted a link, but please understand, I have to respect people I invite on the channel. It's just what I do. I would give y'all that same courtesy. Ask you if it's okay. If you said no, I gotta respect that. Because that's just what it is. I'm sorry if y'all got upset with me. I love y'all, but I gotta be fair here, because I'm just it makes me uncomfortable. I don't want people I invite to be uncomfortable, because I know I would be uncomfortable if I went on a show and somebody like ambushed me. I bring somebody else, and I would be able to handle it because I'm that bitch. But low key, I'd be like, oh, come on, man, come on, man, But they better open their 401k. Yo, Answer's funny. When I was in the street, Answer's just like, how much to ban him from your channel? Bro, I know I'm hurting, but I gotta be fair. Wasn't fair to Jason. I mean, the thing is, right? I hear y'all. I love Jason. I got to meet him a few times. I didn't know him personally, but there was a bond of understanding who he was based on what I've seen and the experience I had with him. Now, there are a lot of people who didn't get that experience, and they're basing their opinions on, things that they either don't know, don't understand. And it's sad, but it's who am I to really try to convince people who to like or who to hate, right? Jason's gone. At the end of the day, Jason David Frank is gone. He will never, ever be able to address anything being said about him, good or bad. And all we really have at this point are memories, right? Good and bad, okay? And that's really what the issue for me is when it comes to stuff is there are only memories. And because there's only memories and there's a lot of stuff coming out, people are going to form their opinions. And I don't agree with all of it, but I'm sitting here I do agree. We talked about the whole toxicology thing. I get what y'all are saying 100%. If somebody's made their mind up, there's no convincing them otherwise, right? Again, don't agree with everything, but at the end of the day, he's gone. He's gone. And it hurts. It sucks because I would love more than anything for Jason to come out and say, yeah, Aaron Shonky kind of fucked me over. Yeah, Brent, I'm sorry you don't like me, but this is what happened with me and Walter. These are things that Jason himself cannot answer and address. And all we have is memories. And it sucks. It sucks all around. But people are going to form their opinion regardless. And all we can do is say, well, this is the facts here. And if Rican is notorious for ignoring facts right in his face. You can't, you can bring the horse to the water. You can't force him to drink, But I do agree. There's a lot of things that Brent says I don't agree with, right? We talked about it. But it just kind of sucks. Like I said, when we say, it wasn't fair, Jason, a lot of shit that's been going on outside of Brent, outside of this Rican, a lot of the stuff happening is not fair to Jason. It's not fair to Jason, and it's never going to be fair to Jason, but Jason's not even here to feel that sting. I guess that's the best way of saying it. At least he's not here to feel all of this shit that is being said about him. But we are. And I guess that's the best thing is like, at least we're here and we're trying to make sure that like, the memories are at least accurate and the facts are still out there. And again, if people ignore the facts, that's all we can do is put that stuff out there and let people know, like, you can have that opinion. It's wrong, but you can still have it. Because for me, and I'm going to cheer up because like Jason meant a lot to so many people, and a lot of people don't understand he was really suffering, and he was not perfect. But the thing I loved about Jason is he let you know he wasn't perfect. Like a lot of these people, these actors will sit here and put on this personification that they are good people and that they're perfect, they're not flawed. Anyone who is telling you, right, that they're a good person. Remember that clip I always play? That clip, I'm telling you, it's a true statement.
Why does every unpleasant individual always have to start out with, I'm a good person, or I'm not a mean person, guys?
It's true. It's literally true. So when these actors are out here perpetuating that they're good people, that they're awesome, you know, we love fans, we're awesome, and then their behavior speaks otherwise, it's a little concerning. Like, what else? It's the things you find out about somebody. It's like, well, what else have you been hiding, right? But with Jason, he put that out there. He talked about his struggle with addiction. You know, he talked about his mental health. And for me, that speaks volumes of a person's character. Whether they made bad choices in life, like they're being honest about it, they're owning it. Where a lot of these actors are doing stuff that I'm looking at like, yeah, that's the fact that you're not owning it, the fact that y'all are making it seem like it's not what it is. Like, I would respect Austin St. John if he really came out and said, yes, I knowingly defrauded the government. I 100%, I took advantage of the PPP loans, you know, because a lot of people did. And, you know, they just thought they wouldn't get caught, you know? So I get what you're saying, Answer. You're right. It's not fair to Jason because he's not here. But that's what we're here for. You know, we are here making sure that, you know, people who have their issues with Jason, at least you hear the other side. And if you still don't want to believe it, there's nothing we can do. You know, I've covered so many YouTubers where I've put them on blast and I expose them for their bad behaviors, and they still have a fan base. They're still growing. So it doesn't really matter. Change nothing. People who want to know, they come, they listen, and they form their opinion. Brent kind of did say that, like, you do have to form your own opinion because there's nothing else you can do other than put that information out there. Because if people don't want to listen, they don't want to listen. You know, not much we can do outside of that. It really isn't. There really isn't. But I feel like, you know, sometimes with with an extended hand, not a fist, sometimes people are more open-minded to think maybe they're in the wrong with their opinions. It's possible, but I don't know, man. I just know that Dust was like, you should have Brent on, and I had Brent on, and I kept it civil and cordial because, you know, he's a guest and gotta be a good host. And I hope that I hope I did a good job. I hope y'all ain't mad at me because I didn't let people up. But, you know, I give Rican that same respect. Can I let this person up? See, the difference is Brent just said no, right? He said no. Rican, on the other hand, would say yes, and then I let people up, and then he crashes out about why I let people up. So I at least can say Brent just said no, let's just keep it you and me. Rican would say, yeah, bring on Answer, bring on these people, I can take them all on. And then I let Arrow stream on, and then total like, fuck that, why'd you let this person on? I'm like, bro, you told me to let him on. You said you could take everyone on, so I let everyone on, and now you're telling me, why'd you let all these bums on and these losers, Ray? And I'm like, you told me I could. What the hell? I don't understand. I don't understand. I'm so confused. Because Brett don't want none of the smoke. At least he's honest about it. Rican will say, I want the smoke, and then be like, why'd you let these weirdos on? Bro, you said you could go toe-to-toe with everybody. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. But all right, I'm running. I love y'all. Thank you for being here. I appreciate y'all. If y'all want to talk in the Discord, I will come in the Discord and chat it up with you guys. for a little bit while I play some video games in the Discord. So Henry's Discord, because I don't have my own Discord. If you guys aren't in the Henry Resilient Discord, y'all should join. If one of the mods who are there, or should do I? I'll post the link. Can I invite people? I don't even know if I have the power to invite people. I don't know if I have the power to invite people. I want to invite people. Let's grow the Henry Resilient Army. Because I love the Henry Resilient Army. Oh, I love Dust. Dust is like the brother I always wanted. Dust is the brother I always wanted. I always wanted a brother. I always wanted a brother. Can I invite people? Am I allowed? Am I allowed to invite people? I am. Can I post the link? Would Henry be mad? Henry, can I invite people? Are you still here? He probably tuned out. Can I invite people to the Discord? Henry's Discord. Join the army. Join the army, guys. We're an army now. A bunch of bullies in there. I'm posting the link. Mo's trolling. Answer. Mo's trolling. Here, I got the link. Join Henry's Discord. Join the Discord. There's a link in there. Join the Discord. Everybody join. I'm gonna be in VC. All right. I love y'all. I'm in the stream now. Goodbye. Have a great night. Have a great weekend. Adios.